10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy.
Hello, everyone, and happy post-Halloween. Happy October 32nd, as they say. I hope everybody's having a great night. I hope everybody had a great Halloween, whether you're going to parties or dressing up or just chilling at home. I had absolutely nothing going on, so I just kind of hung out and played Minecraft with some friends. It was good. Wow. Hi. So, starting a little late tonight, and as always, it's for a profoundly stupid reason. Don't think Seribot even throws mine into emote only. I think it's not even Seribot. I just leave, it's a witch! Don't burn me, please. Please don't burn me. I usually put my channel into emote only when I leave, just because apparently you're still responsible for the things that whatever happens on your channel, even when you're offline. And I'm like, that's terrifying. That's horrifying. Don't make me responsible for what people say when I can't bop them. So I just leave it in emote only so people can't say head-ass shit on my channel while I'm gone. And then sometimes I forget to turn it off, you know. Yay, witch at me. Yeah. It's still October copium. But yeah, I was queuing up music for stream tonight, and do you ever have that, like, situation where your music gets renamed and so the title has, like, the artist and the album and the track number and all that shit lined up on it? So when you have something like my ticker down here, then instead of being like Garode Valhalla fucking, I forget what the song is called, then it's like Garode Valhalla, Safe Haven.
Amika's bounce,
Like,
Amika's bounce, Amika's bounce, Amika's heart, F Amika's heart.
Voyage, thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you so much for the 4 months. Oh yeah, welcome back. I'm recapping why I am, why I am 49 minutes late. Oh god. I hope you're having a good night. I hope you had a good Halloween, and I hope you're having a good start to your November. So I went in, and this happened with all the music I was queuing up, all the Valhalla. I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna go in with the advanced renamer and the batch tag editor and all of that shit, and I'm gonna fix it. And I fixed it, and then I realized why this had been happening to so much of my music. Because my music player has an organizer function where I can, like, sort it all into folders and stuff, right? I found out that the preset that thing was using was renaming all my fucking files. And I had never noticed. I had never noticed that the preset had been telling it to do that. So I fixed that. I ran it through all my files. I'm probably gonna have to fix more shit later. And when I looked up, it was like 8:20, and I still had a bunch of stuff to figure out. So you know, you win some, you lose some, but at least the music is gonna read correctly now, and that'll piss me off less. Anyway, tonight we are doing an art stream. I honestly can't remember the last time I did an art stream. It's been a fucking second. I'm probably gonna suck ass. I might just put out total doo-doo water tonight. But hopefully not. Hopefully we'll get some good stuff that we can use. I have a list. I've been writing down all of the emotes that I am kind of like missing and that I want some, or that I want. Like, I want a fucking gun, I want a blinkies, I want a wiggly. So I'm gonna tackle some of those tonight and see how much we can knock out. There's a chance we might segue into something else later, but we can maybe play some Minecraft or some, if Kit shows up, some Mass Effect. But it might just be a full art stream tonight, which is good. I like art streams. They're chill. That being said, there is one other thing I wanted to do. Some friends in one of my friend chats were talking this morning about a candy tier list, and I was thinking, I've never done tier lists before, so I figured maybe in the spirit of all of the candy is on sale day, I would do a candy tier list and probably piss some people off. Y'all are gonna hate some of my takes. I'm so sorry. And yeah, maybe we could make this a semi-regular thing, because I don't know. There are some things I'm good at ranking, some things I'm bad at ranking, but I'm sure if y'all are into that, I would be down to do it sometimes. So I pulled one up. Gonna have to rename these tiers though. Also, one second, this music is still a little loud. There we go. All right. So without further ado, let me pull this up. Yeah, okay. I might make this bigger, actually, and then get out of the way. Hey, I think the only person who I share similar food takes with actually seems to be Eggy. That's funny. That's very funny. Okay, I'm gonna get my ass out of the way here, and we'll just put that like there. That should be reasonably visible, right? Okay. So this is a Halloween candy tier list. It's got most of the common ones on there. I am 100% gonna rename these tiers though, because I think of candy a whole. I never buy candy anymore. I never go out of my way to like go buy candy anymore. I used to, but not so much now. So, we're gonna start with like I would go out of my way to buy this. Like, I might get a craving for this. I might fucking get it at the store. I might be like, I need this in my life. I can only think of like a couple where that ever happens. And then I would maybe sort of buy this sometimes. If the right mood struck me, maybe I'd go out and buy this thing. Next, I would eat this if it were free. If someone was giving these out, I would go out of my way and like take one. I would eat this if I were very hungry and it were free. So that's like the C tier stuff, right? Like I don't hate it, but I'm not gonna eat it unless I need food desperately. And then finally, well, we got two. I would never fucking eat this. And never tried. All right, we have our tiers. We are all set up. It is all how far out of my way I would go to eat this stuff. So we'll just start at the top. Hershey's cookies and cream. Straight up, I've never tried like pretty much any cookies and cream snack. All right, so next we got the classic Reese's peanut butter cup. Let me think. I would maybe sort of buy that sometimes. Actually, wait, let me see. Are Reese's Pieces on this list? I might bump it down a tier if Reese's Pieces... Oh, they are in the... Okay. I would eat this if it were free. Surprised at that, actually. I don't hate Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, but it's... I don't know if I've ever gone out of my way to buy one. It's always just like, if somebody throws me one of these, I'll be happy with it. But if I am going to go out of my way to buy something, it'll probably be like closer to Reese's Pieces. Oh, the cookies and cream one. Oh, yeah, I've never tried any of those. I don't know what the I don't know what the deal with those is, but I could give them a try sometime. Okay, I'm gonna piss people off with this one. Kit Kat is gonna be like, Kit Kat is like C or D tier for me. Everybody seems to love Kit Kat to death. But I'm just not that into it. Like, I don't know, man. They're alright. I'm not gonna put it in the never eat, but like, even if someone offers me a Kit Kat for free, a lot of times I'm like, you got anything else? Okay, 100
Whoa,
grand.
that's like
Oh,
7 months but twice.
holy shit, Jambron at 14 on a 14-month streak? God damn. Welcome back, Jambron. Thank you so much for the resub. That's a shitload of time. God damn. Would the white and dark chocolate Kit Kats ever move it up or down? I don't know if I've had any Kit Kat aside from the basic kind. I think I've only had like normal ass Kit Kats. I know there's like a million flavors out there. Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to trying them. I'll try anything once, but yeah, I don't go out of my way for Kit Kats. 100 grand. Oh, got restart? Okay, I forget what's in 100 grand. I know I've had them. Uh, it's one that's got like the crispy crunchies and the caramel and stuff, right? There's like a bunch like that, because there's some that I'm crazy about. Like, I'll go out of my way for like a Take 5. I'd go out of my way for a fucking, shit. There's Payday, there's 100 grand, there's Take 5, there's Mr. Goodbar? I don't remember. There's a bunch that have like all the different stuff in them. I'm just gonna say I'll maybe sort of buy that sometimes. I like 100 grand, but I don't like it enough to remember exactly what's in it. Reese's Pieces. That's either gonna be a top or like a next to top tier. Cause I love me some Reese's Pieces, but I associate it more with like if I go to the theater, I'm gonna get Reese's Pieces. I usually don't just like buy a bag. I'll put it in the sometimes. Sometimes, but maybe like, you know, if I'm in the right mood, maybe up there. This is more like if I'm in the right mood. Let's see. Okay, sweet tarts. Just regular ass tarts. I mean, wait. Oh no, wait. Hold on. I always get sweet tarts mixed up with Smarties. I used to eat sweet tarts all the fucking time when I was a kid. I don't think I've gone out of my way for them, but like, I'd maybe sort of buy those sometimes. I remember those are pretty fucking good. A minuscule break in a slammer of a week. Oh, okay. I misread that entire sentence that you dropped. But yeah, I hope you I hope your week chills out, Jam. Sounds like you've been fucking busy. Three Musketeers. I'll buy a fucking Three Musketeers sometimes. They're not like super popular, but occasionally a Three Musketeers like chilled can be real fucking good. Pixie sticks, bro. When I was a kid, like I 100% would have like gone in on pixie sticks. I think I might never eat a pixie stick now. I don't know, dude. They used to be hype, but like it's just like fucking like sugar powder. I don't love Three Musketeers too much nougat in the ratio. 100% fair. Three Musketeers have like a very particular balance, and I pretty much only like them when they're cold. There's a lot of stuff where I'm like, if you throw it in the fridge, the freezer, I'm like, oh hell yeah, that's way better, especially like chocolate stuff. Oh, so welcome back, Vile. Let's see. Yeah, I love pixie sticks as a kid. I don't know why. Yeah, as a kid, you got like the taste buds to appreciate like straight up flavored like sugar sour powder. I would still eat one, maybe. If I had exactly the right craving, maybe I would eat a pixie stick. But even if someone were like, if someone came over to my house, right, and they're like, yo, I got pixie sticks, you want some? I would maybe still be like, eh. The brain to sustain the headshot of sugar? Right, eat one pixie stick, pass out for the rest of the day. Airheads. I'll eat Airheads if they're free. It's just like, alright, taffy. Oh, fuck. Ditto honey. Okay. They're not bad. I actually remember, like, having these and kinda liking them. I don't know if I would jump on the chance, but if I were hungry and it were free, probably, yeah. Skittles are my go-to if I want a sugar rush. Fair. Better balanced. I mean, anything that's not just gritty powder, right? Like, that's just kind of... I can't do that anymore. Crunch Bar. I used to get super into Crunch Bar, and once upon a time it would be like here or maybe here, but I think it's been bumped down by the passage of time. If I want a Crunch Bar, I got other stuff I'll get that's like the same thing but better. I don't know if I've ever had these. Are these just... No, Smarties are down there. These aren't Smarties? I've never had those. Sour Patch Kids. These are like Sour Patch Kids are straight up like one of my go-to. If I actually want like a candy, I'll like occasionally go out of my way to buy Sour Patch Kids. Nerds. I'm cool with nerds, but I don't know if I'd ever buy nerds. I think that's another like, if they're free, yeah. Otherwise, probably something else. Neko thinks, if I remember right, are like ancient god-awful candy. So like Smarties. Good and Plenty? Is Good and Plenty like a... Are Mike and Ike's on this list? Okay, Mike and Ike's are on this list. I've never had Good and Plenty. Twizzlers. I will never... This is like... Okay. Here's... Oops, shit. Switched fucking tabs. So I don't have a lot of hard lines in candy. Like, if I'm hungry enough or the options are wrong, I'll just... There's a lot of stuff I'll eat. But one of my hard lines is I will never fucking eat Twizzlers. I will never fucking eat Twizzlers, dude. Twizzlers are such fucking trash, dude. I don't understand how anyone likes Twizzlers. Because here's the thing. I don't think it would be on this list. I was having this discussion with Marshy a while ago. I'm gonna hold on, let me hide this just in case Google wants to dox me. Australian licorice. Listen, if you want to get like Twizzlers, do yourself a favor and just like get this instead. Like this stuff is pretty all right. It's not great, but it's good. It's tasty. Like, if you ever have a craving for licorice and you are in like a Target or something looking at the fucking Twizzlers or the Red Vines or any other like piece of shit licorice that tastes like fucking wax, get this instead and you will thank me. Okay, next. I almost want to move Pixie Sticks up just because of how fucking ass Twizzlers are. Mom introduced me to those a couple months ago and they're good. Yeah, right? One of my, back when I worked retail, one of my buddies got really into those and showed them to me. So yeah, that's what I started getting. Like, they got them at Aldi, they got them at Target, they got them at sometimes Walmart. But yeah, 100%. Dots... I'm just not a gumdrop person. I tried Dots and I wanted to like Dots, but every time I did, I was disappointed. Let's see. Regular ass, basic ass M&Ms. So I got some stuff to say about M&Ms. I'm not gonna put it down here. I might put it down here though. Even if M&Ms were... If someone offered me M&Ms, I would maybe eat one or two. I would maybe be like, if I were hungry, I would snack on some M&Ms, but just basic M&Ms just aren't that good. Yeah, Maggie, we're doing a candy tier list. So... There's two kinds of M&Ms I'll go out of my, like, more out of my way to eat. Peanut M&Ms are fucking good. Actually, there's a few, because they also had the pretzel M&Ms were also pretty good. pretzel M&Ms, peanut M&Ms, not pizza M&Ms. Anything that like balances them out a little bit. Even the if you've ever had the mini M&Ms, on the mini M&Ms you get a higher ratio of like candy to chocolate, so they're just better. Basic regular M&Ms are just kind of like eh. Okay, what the hell? What are these? I see like a fucking selection for the Swiss is actually pretty good. I asked my friend because my friend posted a tier list earlier, and I was like, "Yo, can you send me that one? Because half these lists are fucking ass." Gushers and candy corn gotta be off. No fucking way, Maggie. You're a candy corn enjoyer? No, okay, Maggie. I'm so sorry. Candy corn goes down here. I fucking hate candy corn. That stuff is just wax. Oh my god. I mean, I guess more for you. I cannot fucking stand candy corn. If you got some synesthesia or something and you like taste colors, then I'm sure it'd be great. Like candy corn's pretty. It's one of those things that I want to eat. I want to enjoy it. But it's just bad. It's just bad. Can I eat it in front of you? I don't care. It's not gonna make me, like, grossed out to see you eat it. But, like, it's just not good candy. It's just not good candy. I have, like, one piece every year to remind me that I hate it. Yeah, it's one of those things where I have come back to it every so often and been like, maybe now that I'm older and my tastes are different, maybe I'll like candy corn. And then I try it again and I'm like, nope, it fucking sucks. As a kid, I'd eat the different colors to save it. Oh, like you'd like eat the white part and then like eat the orange part and then the yellow part. It's like a Cadbury egg. Oh, there's something I don't even remember what a Cadbury egg is like because I haven't had anything like that since I was tiny. Oh yeah, so this is, yeah, so the top is double mint gum. I assume this entire pile is just like regular, like minty gum. Like, and in terms of Halloween, like that's kind of a mid candy to get in a Halloween like bucket. But as far as like gum, like I'll buy gum sometimes. Like regular ass gum is just, you know, you just need your breath freshened. Andes, this is the reason I made this tier is because of I assume they don't have the other kind. Because it wasn't Andes, it was like a different kind of it was a different kind of like, oh no, it's a York. Okay. I don't know if I've ever had an Andes, but I've had a York. And normally I'm not super into like chocolate and mint. Like it can be good, but it's not normally like my kind of thing. But one time at work, when I worked retail, we were doing the candy section, and I was fucking starving. I had not eaten breakfast. I had been working probably since 4 or 5 in the morning, and I was just like dying to eat something. And what would happen is, so when you're working retail, when you're stocking shelves, you got a box cutter and you get like entire boxes, like bulk packs of stuff that you unpack and you put the product out on the shelves, right? Well, sometimes when you use your box cutter to like cut open the tape on the box, the blade will like nick one of the packs inside. And that would happen a lot in the candy aisle. So you'd end up with like a broken open pack of candy. And eventually you gotta send those back to claims to be like, hey, we need a new one. We can send you back this product, but like, you know. But whenever that happened, the candy that got cut open would usually get put on the claims cart, and it was kind of an unspoken rule that, you know, employees can come and take a little bit. Employees can take a little bit as a snack. Oh yeah, Vile, there were a couple accidental ones too. But it genuinely would just happen by accident sometimes, just because like there's something pressed right up against the top of the box, and you just like cut it open. But that was the situation where I ate a York Mint. I was starving. I had no breakfast. I had been doing manual labor all morning, and I desperately needed something to eat. So I ate a York Mint. I was like, I wished it was anything else, and it wasn't bad. I kind of enjoyed it. Like, I have a better appreciation of like peppermint patties now. Uh, but they're just not super my thing. Anyway, I worked many a retail year. Yeah, so you know how it goes. So that was the one time that I really tried peppermint patties and didn't like hate them immediately. All right, so nerds runts. Had runts? I feel like I've had runts and they were so mid that I just like didn't bother to like commit them to long-term memory. Oh shit. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh no. Okay, so you may have noticed that there's an additional role now. We've had roll for squats for a while, and I added roll for planks because I need exercise. And I'm not gonna exercise unless people make me do it under threat of bullying. So the way roll for planks works, you can't really do numbers of planks, right? It's an endurance thing. So you'll roll a d12. We multiply the result by 10, and that's how many seconds I gotta go. So you rolled a fucking 11, so I gotta do almost 2 straight minutes of planks. Which makes me very sad, because here's the thing. Squats are easy. I will get tired doing squats, because I'm out of shape. But, my core is so weak, dude. I'm just a fucking I'm just a spindly fox girl. My midsection is so weak, which is why we're doing this. But I'm gonna suffer through these 2 minutes. Okay, that's enough whining. Give me a sec. I'm not gonna be able to see chat while I do this, so my boss would accidentally do that to a package of chips when we got like new flavors we wanted to try. Yo, I had a boss who did that too. Yeah, my boss could be pretty cool. He could be a real fucking asshole. But he could be pretty cool sometimes. Okay, I am gonna... Here, hold on 1 second. You know what? I need to look up a picture of good plank form. Because I forgot how to... Okay, elbows, got it. Elbows and toes, got it. Alright. Okay, that's... Alright, I'm ready. Emmy, plank form. Boss is legit, best manager I ever had. The people who get stuck in the trenches working retail can turn into some real good people, if they don't turn into giant pricks and hate their lives. Okay, so, all right. I'm just gonna put my. Do I have enough space to do this? Yeah, I got enough space to do this. All right, I won't be tracked for a second, so I'm just gonna like get. I'm just gonna get down on the floor, and go do my things. Let's start a timer. And if this hold on, if this finishes, is this gonna fuck me and like not make a sound? Okay, good. All right, so sorry, it was 1 minute 50 seconds because you rolled an 11. So you didn't roll the whole 120. All right, here we fucking go. Ah! I'm already suffering.
Wow.
Wow. I can't fucking do this. God damn it. You're gonna make me do squats too? Okay. Oh my god. I may need to fucking downgrade that to a D6 for a while. I may need to downgrade the fucking the plank one to a D6 until I get stronger. 'Cause I was able to do about half of that before I started to like collapse on the floor. Planking will fuck you up. Yeah, I might have to cut that one in half. Oh god. I didn't see what you rolled on the squats. What did you roll on the squats, Maggie? Be honest, I don't think I can take a fucking 20 right now. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Maggie. I think it was 12. Okay, I can do 12. See, that's the thing. Like, I have strong legs. I can do squats easily. I've been walking around all my fucking life. What? 2. And I don't do baby squats either. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. My motto is fairly accurate to, like, the level of squats that I do. I don't do bitch baby squats. However, as far as as far as core strength, yes, I am a bitch baby. I am good for traveling, but not so much like sit-ups and shit. So make me do more. Make me do more so I get stronger. But also don't fucking kill me. Fucking hell. Alright. What were we doing? Okay, let's see. Alright, I don't think I missed anything really. Yeah, I'm gonna be winded for a second. Pug was wanting a reduction to the cooldown for squats. Well, now he just has 2 exercises he can do. Workout to be able to crush a watermelon with them legs? Yes. That's, yeah, hell yeah. Okay. Let's see where we were at. Alright, I was telling the story about the York. Okay, so let me get back down here. Alright, so Laffy Taffy. 100% I need it if it's free. It's like right next to fucking Airheads for me. It's just Taffy. Werthers. Oh man, do they distinguish? Oh wait, they do. Hold on, wait, so they got 2 Werthers in here. Which, alright, which are these? Are these the chewy ones? Are either of these the fucking chewy? Okay, yeah, I think these are the chewy ones. So, I have bought the fucking chewy ones before. I mean, I'll eat a fucking Werther's original. Like, they're not bad. The chewy ones, I would almost sort of buy sometimes. I might put them both here, though. A long time ago I bought them, but I don't know if I'd ever do it again. But I mean, they're good little caramels. They're just old people candy. These I feel like I just kind of avoid on instinct. Haven't had them in a long time, but I have a negative association with them. Hershey's Kiss if I were hungry. Fucking Hershey's chocolate is just so mid. Let's see. Mike and Ike's. Maybe sort of buy Ike and Ike sometimes. Mike and Ike's are pretty good. Snickers. Snickers, I will occasionally go out of my way to buy a Snickers. Snickers are just tasty. I'm not sure I've ever had an Almond Joy. Uh, Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was like caramel filled, right? I remember it being okay. Eat a Babe Ruth. Caramel apple pops. These are alright, but I don't think I would ever like that would never be my first choice. It's something you gotta be in the right mood for. What is this? What is this thing? I can't actually. I don't know if I've ever tried one of those. I think that's just down here. Mr. Goodbar. What's in a Mr. Goodbar? I can never remember all these, like, what's in half these chocolate bars. And I can't remember if I've ever tried one. I feel like I've tried one, like, exactly once. I mean, I'd try one if it were free. Okay, Double Bubble. This is where we get kind of serious. I might buy Double Bubble at some point. I definitely eat if it's free, like for sure. I have bought Double Bubble before. I like them. Not sure if I've ever actually tried Swedish Fish. Also, there's Ring Pop's gotta be S tier. No shot, Maggie. I think I've had a Ring Pop once or twice in my entire life. I usually get the Hershey's chocolate from the assorted minis bag. Yeah, like Hershey's chocolate is just like, I can't. When I was a kid, I would get the ones with almonds, but I would never really go out of my way for a fucking Hershey's. Haven't had them since I was a kid, but they were so good. I don't remember them being that great. Blow Pop I have had recently. And Blow Pop is like I might go out of my way to buy a Blow Pop sometime. They're just good. Ditto Tootsie Pop. Like both these are just like they're just good. Atomic Fireball. I don't would I ever buy a Fireball? I'd eat a Fireball if it were free. I don't know if I've ever go out of my way to eat one. Or to like buy them. Only one I'd go out of my way to purchase for myself is the dark chocolate one, but there are better dark chocolates out there. Yeah, exactly. If I want chocolate, I'm not going to fucking Hershey's. Will this list be available after stream? I can send it to you, Maggie, if you want to make your own. I don't know if I have ever tried the flavored Tootsie Rolls. Like, these things... Well, so I'm gonna move the Reese's Pieces up. Reese's Pieces are just that good. I need to buy Sweet Tarts again, too. I was all over Sweet Tarts when I was a kid. Not so much now as an adult. I don't know if I've ever tried any of those flavored Tootsie Rolls. They just never seemed like a good idea to me. Fun Dip. As an adult, I would never fucking eat this. I ate it as a kid, and I just remember that, like, my biggest disappointment with Fun Dip was that the candy, like, stick that you used to dip was not that good. The Fun Dip was pretty good. I mean, it's just like sour fucking... It's like pixie stick dust. Like, it's basically just pixie sticks, except you have a thing to, like, lick them off of. I used to eat Tootsie Rolls a lot as a kid, and, like, were they chocolate? Yeah, they're chocolate. I ate the fuck out of some Tootsie Rolls as a kid. Fruit roll-ups! Yo, they got the Galaxy Blast one, too? I would consider going out... I've thought about, at the store, I've been like, maybe I'll get some fruit roll-ups. There are... Oh, alright, I'll put maybe buy this sometimes, because, yeah, it's not something I would ever, like... It wouldn't be my first choice, but, like, they're like... I have so much nostalgia for fruit roll-ups. I used to love them so much. Fruit Gushers. These would also be, like, I'm sure if the right mood strikes me, I would consider getting some Gushers again. Actually, okay, I'm sorry, Maggie. I'd eat them if they were free. I was all over Gushers as a kid, but now I think I would get Fruit Roll-Ups or Fruit by the Foot, but maybe not so much Gushers. They gotta I don't know. They just don't hit like they used to. Ouch. I'm sorry, Maggie. I mean, they're still good. Like, I'd still eat them if I had access to them, but like, just not as much as some of the other like fruit snacks. Gold bears. I will 100%. I might even put that up here. Just fucking gummy bears. You can't beat just basic ass gummy bears sometimes. I tried them and they're as good as I remembered. Oh, that emote. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they still kind of hold up, but I remember even as a kid they started to fall off for me. Teeth bar never had. Butterfinger I've had like once. I would eat a Butterfinger if it were free. Hot tamales. Have I ever had these? I don't think I've ever had these. Lemonhead. I'm not a lemon enjoyer. I don't think I would ever, like, maybe if I were super hungry, but I just don't like lemon that much. Uh, Tootsie Rolls. Yeah, your bar includes dice, Maggie. This is either I might go out of my way to buy Tootsie Rolls. Like these are good. But it might nowadays be here. Like my taste in candy has just like I'm just not after candy the same way I used to be. Jolly Ranchers, I don't think I would ever buy, but I'll totally eat some free Jolly Ranchers. Ooh, Maggie likes this. Let's put it at the bottom. It's not on the bottom. I don't think I ever had a Junior Mint because it's just not super my thing. Ring Pops. If someone gave me a Ring Pop, I might still eat it. Like, I don't think they're bad. It's just like, who the fuck is giving out Ring Pops nowadays? Okay, Payday. So, as far as, like, candy bars with, like, peanuts and stuff, I think Payday is, like, the weakest. Like, if I want that, I'm gonna get Snickers. Hi, Notes! Welcome! Hope you're doing okay today. We are ranking Halloween candy, except not the way that you would rank Halloween candy. I'm ranking it on if I would buy it. So thank you, Notes. Have I hope I have not shit all over any of your favorites yet. Let's see. So Payday, I'm gonna be honest. I'm never gonna buy a Payday again. If I want a Payday, I'm just gonna get a Snickers. I'd eat it if I were hungry, but if it were free and there were other options, I would probably not. Toblerone. Toblerone is good chocolate. Here's the problem. I'm just not. I just don't eat like straight up milk chocolate anymore. I'm just not into that. If I were hungry and it were free, I would eat like some of a Toblerone. Peanut M&Ms. Okay, so peanut M&Ms. I don't know if I would ever. I might buy peanut M&Ms like occasionally. Mamba. I don't think I've ever had Mamba. Milk Duds. If I were hungry, I'm just not. They're okay. They're just okay. Didn't expect to get so shook up over candy. Some people's wrong opinions over candy. Aw, Maggie. Milky Way. I've had a Milky Way like once, and just like every other like chocolate bar on this list, I don't fucking. I don't remember what's in a Milky Way. I'd probably try it if it were free. I would eat one if someone gave it to me. Now and later. I've never had a now and later, I'm pretty sure. Apple. Never had an apple. If they had put like a less, like a not, like a Red Delicious or something, then I would eat an apple if I were hungry and it were free. Or if I was trying to make like an apple recipe. But like, I drink apple juice. I get my like fruit vitamins from juice. I don't really like go crunching on an apple nowadays. Raisinets. Raisinets are alright. I'd eat some free raisinets. I would take that. Toothbrush. I've never eaten a toothbrush. Uh, I'm just gonna fucking leave this down here. That's not food. Skittles. I would maybe would I go out of my way to buy I think nowadays if I was gonna buy Skittles, I'd buy like Sweet Tarts or something. Or like some other kind of like or like Sour Patch Kids probably. But I don't super go out of my way to eat Skittles, but if I have like one of those mini bags of Skittles or something, I'll eat it. Like Skittles are good. Sweet Tarts. I'm honestly, if I never eat Sweet Tarts for the rest of my life, it'll be too soon. I am perfectly okay with never having those again. Grrr. Are you a Sweet Tart enjoyer? Are you a Sweet Tart enjoyer, Maggie? I permanently associate Sweet Tarts with like what teachers would give out in class if they didn't like you enough to get actual candy. And it's just or not Sweet Tarts, sorry, Smarties. Smarties. Sweet Tarts are good. Sweet Tarts are good. Smarties are ass. I'm sorry if I've been saying Sweet Tarts. My entire life I have like gotten Sweet Tarts and Smarties like mixed up. Sweet Tarts are up here. I would buy Sweet Tarts at the store. Smarties, I will never ever, I do not want to ever eat Smarties again. They're fucking ass, dude. They're just chalk. They're like the candy cigarettes candy. It's just fucking gross. If I did this, I'd probably be all in the red. Blah, I exploded again. I back. Is your computer just giving you trouble, Vile? Got the issue fixed? Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad you got it fixed. I smoked those as a kid. Candy cigarettes? I hope you mean you just ate them. You didn't fucking, like, crunch them. Oh, I was trying to do a thing? Gotcha. We dunked on Smarties. Big surprise there. That's just shooting fish in a barrel. That's the easy target. I got it. Turns out the USB was just loose. Oh, hell yeah. Well, good shit. I'm glad you fixed it. Starburst. Let's be real. I'm never buying Starburst. I'll eat free Starburst. Certain flavors, but I'm never buying Starburst. What the heck is this? Sugar Daddy? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm so sorry if you're hold on. I'm so sorry if you're a Sugar Daddy enjoyer, but I've never had that before. Twix. I will go out of my way to buy a Twix sometimes. Twix is good. Warheads? Starburst are good? Starburst are good, but they're not spend money on them good. Same as the licorice thing, there's better options for Starburst. Yeah, like if I was gonna get Starburst, I would just get like an Airhead or a fucking Laffy Taffy or like something that, like, I can guarantee the flavor I like. Now, actually, okay, hold on, asterisk here. Did y'all ever have the limited edition blue Starburst? Hold on one sec. Let me not dox myself here, but let's see. So Russell Stover's version the Walmart sells that are way better than Starburst? I've never seen that before. Hold on, let me find this. So when I was a kid, where is this? Where's like the kind that I had? Are they... When I was a kid, it was like a limited edition thing. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm just gonna pick an image here. So... I think they have other ways of selling it now, but when I was a kid, they had I'll look for an image and slap it in Discord in a bit. Dinner arrived. Oh, hell yeah. Enjoy dinner. And what are you eating if you're still here? You should totally tell me what you're getting for dinner. But when I was a kid, I just realized this is for like a Starburst edibles recipe, Lamau. But when I was a kid, they had a limited edition thing where they had blue Starburst, and it was just in like regular packs of Starburst. They would have blue ones mixed in. Ordered a pizza from somewhere kind of new. Oh yeah, I hope I hope it turns out to be a good place. Hope you can become a regular or something. But yeah, it wasn't like I'm seeing these other things where it's like all blue Starburst. Oh wait, this is gelatin. Why is it just gelatin? Drink mix? Bro, where's I don't know why I can't find the one thing that like I actually had. But they just mixed in blue Starburst with the regular packs and stuff. And it was like a rare. It's like a rare thing in the regular ones. And then they stopped doing it and they went back to like their regular flavors. It's actually very good, a little pricey but good. A little cold, blaming the driver, but it's whatever. Sucks that it cooled down, but I'm glad I'm glad it's a good place. But yeah, the blue ones were fucking fire. Maggie, I don't know. I don't know if they maybe have like another pack or something, like a different set of flavors that still have it. But it was like a blue raspberry flavor. And I remember it being like good as hell. If they just replaced like the red one or like the I forget if I like the red one now. There's always like some flavors of Starburst that were like, eh. But yeah, they were fucking great. So I would maybe bump Starburst up if they still had the blue, like regularly. But yeah, I would probably just get like a blue Airhead or something instead. Or like a fucking blue Laffy Taffy. I don't fucking know, dude. Warheads. Warheads are fucking good. I don't know if I would ever buy Warheads, but I would for sure eat some. Whoppers. If I was hungry, I would eat Whoppers. Otherwise, I'm just not super into them. They're just It's malt. The malt is just not that great. So I'm not crazy about it. But if I'm really hungry, I'd probably eat it. I had more in the would not eat section than I had expected at the start. I'd probably hate it. Red is my favorite flavor. I forget. I've tried Starburst more recently, and I forget if I ended up liking the red ones or if I ended up liking the yellow ones. Because I remember, I fully agree with your do not eat. Hell yeah. I remember, like, I didn't like the reds or the yellows as a kid. But I ended up liking one of them when I tried them again. Sorry, my brain ran out of gas for a second. Anyway, would you eat tiny candy shaped like burgers? No. Any of the like gummy food, like gummy burgers and gummy this or that, I never fucking eat those. Those are always like nasty. Never had a Zero Bar? I have never seen this thing in my life. I have no idea. What is a Zero Bar? Hold on. What the heck is a Zero Bar? Yeah, what is that? Is it like white chocolate? No wait, caramel peanut and almond nougat covered in white fudge. That could be good, but I've never seen that ever. It's like white chocolate with nuts inside. They're very common. I like them. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen like is it just not like a is it like a northern thing or something? Or like a more northern than me because I've never seen them. Also love white chocolate. I'm not super big on white chocolate. I'm kind of eh. It's really good. Oh yeah, caramel. Interesting. Oh yeah, let me here, hold on. I will save this for you, Maggie, because you're asking about it. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me send this to you. There you go, May. Actually, I'm just gonna send it in here so the others can see as well. Oop. Okay. All good to go. I think they're an older candy that just isn't as popular. Like, you can't get them everywhere, but you can get them at a lot of places. Interesting. Alright, so that is done now. This is our final chart. If anyone has any closing comments, I'll probably put this up on Twitter or like the Discord or something if anyone wants to heckle me over it later. What? Okay. But for now, I think it is time to draw some stuff. So we are going to close that and we'll move over to, let's see who has some good videos. We got all of our fucking channels up and open here for some good weird stuff to watch. Oh, I kind of want to watch that one on EVE Online, actually. That's 5 hours! Okay, I don't have time for the EVE one. Holy shit. I kind of want that. Put it on Twitter? I can do it now. You want me to... Here, I'll just put it on Twitter so people can come heckle me if they want. 1 sec. You know, can't believe you put the strawberry grandma candies in the doo-doo tier. I'm pretty sure I've tried them once or twice, and I just was not a fucking fan. Did I just tune in to see Reese's and I'd only eat a free tier? I don't think I would ever buy a Reese's cup. Also, I haven't even put it on Twitter yet, and people are coming in and giving me shit. Here, hold on. I can put it on screen. I can like put it in the corner or something. All right. I can already tell I'm gonna eat shit for this one. But I'll just put this in the corner. I'm worried about Emmy after seeing that list. Shut up. I mean, this is just me as an adult who is not super into candy. And what I would like spend money on. Because there is not a lot that I would super go out of my way to buy nowadays. But yeah, so this is it. It is up on Twitter now, so I'm probably gonna banish this to the corner. I'm gonna banish this to the corner. But if you need to see the full size, it's on Twitter now. Man, I wanna watch the EVE Online one so bad, but we don't have like 6 hours to watch this. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, I went to every store in my neighborhood to buy Reese's to compare which was the best one. Holy shit. I don't agree with a fair amount, but I also value the variety. Yeah, I like any candy. Oh my. Mari immediately messaged me on Twitter lambasting me over where I ranked Whoppers. I'm ready for the firestorm. But yeah, I don't like candy that much anymore, so I'm generally not buying a lot of candy. There's very little that I'm like super like spending money on now. Anyway, let's see. Let me put this in the corner. And let me find something for us to jump into here. I know we did the Final Fantasy house like the last time we did this. We got Steve, we got Brian, we got Bruto Moose, we got, let's just start with some nice, simple, weird history food. We'll keep it classic for now, and then we'll maybe move into something in a little bit. All right, so let me pause that. All right, music on pause. Let's see. Discontinue McDonald's menu items. That's an easy one. Here, we'll just start with some of this. How's that? All right. So we'll get that going. And we unmute this.
They say the diamonds are forever, but sadly, not all McDonald's menu items are diamonds. Poor marketing, stiff competition, and just plain bad ideas
Let me know
have
if
doomed
that's
many
good enough on
Big
the volume.
Macs to the big menu in the sky. But every single one of them was beloved by somebody. So today, we're going to take a look at some discontinued McDonald's menu items people never forgot. Before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History Food channel. After that, please leave a comment and let us know what other fast food favorites you would like to hear about. Okay, somebody keep an eye out for the Hamburglar. He probably has half of these stashed in his car. Originally tested in select markets in California, the Big and Tasty first dropped in 1997 and then went nationwide in the year 2000 as part of a promotional tie-in with Disney's California Adventure theme park in Anaheim. As its size-oriented name might suggest, the Big and Tasty was intended to be a direct competitor for Burger King's Whopper, but it never really took off and was discontinued in the US in 2011. However, if you desperately need a fix, the Big and Tasty is still available on select US military bases. All you have to do to get one is enlist.
That can go up
When
there.
McDonald's first introduced their now iconic Chicken McNuggets, consumers could dip them in one of 4 sauces: barbecue,
1 sec. Sorry.
sweet and sour, honey, and hot mustard.
Always love these
But even
videos.
for
Me too.
McNuggets,
That's
time
why I like
marches on.
to
And in
use them
2011,
as
the fast food
fodder
giant introduced
or
some
as
new
background
varieties,
noise when I'm drawing.
including sweet chili, honey mustard, spicy buffalo, and creamy ranch.
Oh,
With all the new
do I still
options,
have a good
it was
template
decided
for
that some of the
emotes?
old ones should move on.
For
And
gore.
with that, hot mustard sauce was slowly phased out, being completely discontinued in the US in 2014.
They just say all you have to do is enlist. Yeah,
Turns
apparently
out,
for
while the sauce was removed
some
from
fucking
McDonald's menus
McDonald's
nationally,
burger,
it's
it's
still
only on
available in select
military
markets,
bases.
apparently at the whim of your local McDonald's owner.
Okay, here's
Introduced for a
my
limited time in 1998, and then joining the menu on a more permanent basis in 2003, Chicken Selects were essentially McDonald's version of chicken fingers. Despite being offered with sauces like spicy buffalo, creamy ranch, honey mustard,
Where's my
consumers didn't seem
template?
too hot on picking this chicken. They undersold nationally and were deleted from the US menu in 2013.
There it is.
In the
Okay,
summer of
perfect.
1987, McDonald's decided, purely from the goodness of their hearts, to offer consumers the chance to supersize their meal.
Ask
with
me if I went for a
extra
walk
large
today. I
french
did
fries
go
and
for a
fries.
walk today.
Americans do love
I
more,
did
but
exercise.
McDonald's supersize menu
I
items
got
officially
fresh
hit the
air.
dust
I
in
did, like,
2004 after lackluster
productive
sales.
human
A need
things.
to trim what it considered to be a bloated menu, and public clamor for healthier options
better?
brought it back down to size. Won't anyone think of the fries?
That's probably better, right?
Originally
There we go.
introduced in
Okay.
the Midwest in 1985 and nationally in 1988,
mark
the
down
cheddar
what
melt
these are
is
gonna
basically a
wanna
quarter pounder
hear.
topped with onions sautéed in butter,
So
teriyaki
good
sauce,
for you?
and
Yeah, like a
cheddar
lot
cheese
of.
sauce on a rye
That
bun.
sounds miserable.
That,
So good for
actually
you.
sounds pretty good. It was last seen in 2004.
Uh,
and briefly
it's
again
it's
in
nice around here.
2014,
I like
but
getting
as
out
of
and taking a walk. I'm just
2023, it
bad at
remains off the
keeping up
menu.
with it, which is why I have now given you the
Introduced
option
in
to bully
2009,
me.
The Angus Burger, also known
If
as
I
the
don't.
Angus Third Pounder, which is more fun to shout at a drive-thru speaker, was part of a long series of attempts to market
So,
higher-end menu
We
items.
want to
But it seems like the public just isn't interested in buying fancy food
Where
from
am I gonna
McDonald's.
start?
You can only spend so much money on a cheeseburger until you start wondering why you're buying
God, what
it
is
from a
that
clown.
rush,
The Angus
bro?
Burger was put out to pasture in
What is
2013.
that rush? This.
Although it's a staple of their menu now, there was a time when walking into a McDonald's
Can I
and
bully
asking
you
for a
if you
salad
do?
would have gotten
You,
on the
you're being a
news, or
normie.
perhaps thrown
You.
in jail.
No, I
That
need
would
my
explain why
cardio.
some of Mickey D's early
I need
attempts
to
at serving
not get
healthier
tired
options
every
just
time I
didn't
do
work.
squats.
Like the McSalad shakers,
To
which
self
were
local
basically
bug
just
VTuber does
salads in a
not
cup.
want to go for
Despite
walk
the good
dates.
intentions, these precursors to McDonald's premium salads, which came in 3 flavors, Chef, Grilled Chicken Caesar, and Garden, were discontinued in 2003 due to lackluster sales.
I'm gonna do fringe.
BLT stands for
Hooray.
bacon, lettuce, and tomato, and it's
Yeah.
one of the most famous sandwiches in the universe.
I used to have some of
BLT
these.
stood
In fact,
for
I used to have all of
McDonald's
these,
lettuce
but they
and
all
tomato
sucked.
sandwich,
So I gotta,
and is
I
only
gotta do new
remembered by
ones.
those who experienced it. Wait, shouldn't it be an MLT? Introduced in
Uh,
1984, the meat and bottom half of the McDLT were prepared separately from the top half, which included the lettuce, tomato, American cheese, pickles,
Bro.
and sauces. Both were then packaged
What,
into
dude?
a
I wanna
specially
copy your
designed
stuff, bro,
two-sided
bug.
styrofoam container.
I
to
go
be
for
assembled
Wonkies
when
when
you
all
were
the
ready to
treats are
eat.
here
The problem
already.
was that container was
So
worse for
true.
the environment than a McOil spill. The company discontinued the weirdly named burger in 1991.
That's what I'm gonna have to do again.
Now considered one of the biggest product flops of all time, the Arch Deluxe was McDonald's attempt to sell a burger for adults. The burger was made with high-end ingredients, including a quarter pound of beef on a potato flour bun, bacon, leaf lettuce, tomato, American cheese, onions, ketchup, a secret mustard, and mayonnaise sauce.
Okay.
But despite spending the
Actually,
modern
do you like to run around
equivalent of over
outside?
half
Oh,
$1
yeah.
billion on its introductory
Yeah, I need a
advertising campaign, more than
blankie so
any
bad.
fast food company ever
There's
sent
the
to
stuff
promote a
bug.
menu item, the burger never took off
Alright,
with the public
let's-
and was discontinued in 2000.
Start here.
The Son of Mac was a single patty version of the Big Mac, kind of like hamburger training wheels, for the Big Mac version of a
Need a
Whopper Jr.
reference
That,
real
as the
quick.
name implies, most people who
One
want a
second
Big
to
Mac
pull
want
up
it, well,
a
big.
decent looking.
Possibly for that reason, the
Oreo.
Son of Mac
Actually, I
never
might
really
not
caught
need
on
a
in the
reference
US.
for.
It was sold in Australia
Oh,
and New
also I
Zealand
want,
for a while, but has since been discontinued in those markets as well.
While I'm
But
making
hope
notes.
springs eternal. The little burger no one wanted is still sold in Canada, having found its niche as the Kids Mac. Traditionally, a triple-double is when a basketball player gets 10 or more points, assists,
I want
and
an
rebounds
okay.
in a single game.
Okay.
But McDonald's left many a sports fan confused when its
Spending 3
triple-double
hours on the
burger
train
had
and walking
nothing to
through
do
not
with
great areas is
basketball
enough
and
outdoors for
everything
me.
to do
Yeah, I
with
mean, you
Batman.
get some,
The
you get a
super
little bit of
heroic sandwich
exercise by
consisted
default.
of 3 beef patties and 2
I
slices of
just
cheese,
stay
served on the same
locked
type of
away
sesame seed
in
roll
my
used
in
for the
my
McRib,
little
and was
cave, and then
released as part
sometimes
of a
get in my
promotion
funny
for
little
the
fox car and
1995
drive
blockbuster
places.
Batman Forever. That's the one with Jim Carrey.
I gotta do
So
a little
why was
bit
it
better
called
than
a
that.
triple-double when the whole point of the sandwich was to promote Batman? Well, McDonald's
Yeah, Puck's
probably
got a
figured
long
no one
ass
would wanna
commute.
order
I do
something
not
called
envy.
a Bat Burger.
Not envy
Whatever
that.
the case, it was discontinued after the movie left theaters in the late summer of 1995.
Let's see.
What do you get when you cross a chicken McNugget with an onion ring? You get one of McDonald's very early attempts to please vegetarians, the Onion Nugget.
Okay,
They
few of
were
these are
exactly what they
okay,
claimed
but
to
I'm
be,
probably
onion
just gonna
rings in a
use my
convenient nugget
own.
shape. To this day, no one exactly knows why they disappeared from test markets in the 1970s, but that's
gotta get
given them
back
an
into the
air of
swing of art,
mystery and
though.
a
I
cult
am-
following
I'm
among
so out
fast
of
food
practice.
enthusiasts. McDonald's attempted to
That's just-
expand their breakfast offerings and cash in on the growing market for breakfast
Also, I gotta
bagels
look at
by
what's the
releasing
style
3
of my
delicious
current
varieties: a ham, egg, and cheese
What's the
bagel,
style of the
a
ones
steak,
that I
egg, and
actually
cheese
like?
bagel, and the Spanish omelet bagel, which included sausage,
Okay.
pepperjack, and American cheese, and an egg stuffed with onions and peppers. That's pretty early in the morning to book a guaranteed trip to the restroom. Another poor seller, the Spanish omelet bagel was banished from the menu during the early 2000s.
Just get a basic.
Not to be confused with McWings, a similar product that is still sold at many international McDonald's
Bro, I
locations.
remember those Mighty Wings.
weren't
I
a big
remember those
seller
being
for the
pretty
fast food
fucking
giant.
good.
In fact, after rolling out the bone-in chicken wings with spicy
I don't know why I'm
breading in
surprised they used to take the
2013,
sounder from
franchises were
Seattle
forced
every
to sell
day.
millions of discounted
Ah.
wings just to get rid of them all.
I have
Sounds like a
never
mighty
lived
failure and a mighty
anywhere
pain
with
in the
like
ass.
train service.
The Big
I mean, like, I've
33
got train
slash
service like
McJordan
near me,
special was a
but I've never
quarter
lived
pounder
in a
with bacon
city
and
that
special
like
barbecue
had
sauce
it.
named after basketball
just break
players
trains
Larry
here.
Bird or Michael Jordan, depending on where you were eating one. In some parts of the country, it was called the McJordan Special in honor of Jordan, and in other places, it was called the Big 33 in honor of Bird's jersey number, presumably because the McBird Special just sounds like you're about to eat a McDonaldland character. It was ultimately discontinued in 1992, but a 20-year-old jug of the barbecue sauce sold on eBay for just a hair under $10,000.
I never understand that shit, dude. That
Borrowing
is
its name from
wild.
another discontinued menu item, Chicken McBites, Fish McBites were basically just nugget-sized pieces of the McDonald's Filet-O-Fish served with tartar sauce. So it was like eating a fried fish patty your parents had to cut up for you. Introduced in February of 2018,
Everyone has
the
that
menu
one
item that was also
discontinued
called
fast
but
food item that
equally
they would
bad,
kill
but
for to
also
come
more fun
back.
name, Fish
Yeah.
McDippers, sold so poorly
I
that they
don't
were
know if I had to
discontinued by
pick one.
April
I
of
don't know what it would be.
2013.
It probably would have
In
been chicken fries, but they
1979,
brought
the
chicken
first
fries
Star Trek
back.
movie hit theaters, AC/DC released the album Highway to Hell, and McDonald's released the
For my
chopped
mom, the
beef
McD-
steak
hold on.
sandwich. Despite
Sorry, hold on. I think we've watched this in here before, but I need to pull this up because I love this commercial with Jason Alexander, who still had his hair at this point.
Hey, you say you're getting tired of lettuce and tomato hamburgers in this town that don't quite make it? Yeah! You say that just once you'd like your hamburger hot and your lettuce and tomato cool and crisp all at the same time? Yeah! Well, I say you got it. I'm talking McDonald's new lettuce and tomato hamburger, the McDLT. I'm talking quarter pound of beef on the hot side.
And the hot stays hot.
The new McDLT.
Hot, hot.
Crisp lettuce and tomato on the cool side.
And the cool stays
stays cool. The new McDLT, cool crisp. The beef stays hot, the cool stays crisp. Put it together, you can't resist. The hottest taste, the coolest dish.
Keep it hot, hot. Keep it cool, cool. McDLT, McDLT. Hot beefy McD. Cool crisp LT. McD. LT.
It's a good time
Hot beefy McD.
for the great taste.
Cool crisp LT.
Of McDonald's. Could be the best tasting lettuce and tomato hamburger ever.
New McD. LT.
So here's the thing. I feel like that's kind of genius. The only thing that sucks is like the packaging was like extremely fucking wasteful. But if they did it with like recyclable packaging, I feel like keeping the cold ingredients separate from the hot ingredients is kind of smart. I think that was the 80s. Yeah, that was like this is the 80s. Honestly, I want the BK Chicken to come back. Is honestly the best or second best fast food chicken sandwich. I have been having the what was the Chick King? Because I'm trying to remember if I had it while it was there. Did it get replaced by the Royal Crispy Chicken? Because straight up, I've been having that Royal Crispy Chicken recently, and that thing's fucking good. That's a good like fast food chicken sandwich. Let's see. Okay. So let me switch us back though. That thing is pure trash compared to the Chick King. I mean, I don't fucking remember it, so you're probably wrong. Memes aside, the Chick King was amazing. Hold on, let me hold on. I'm gonna hide this so if Google decides to dox me. Chick King. Chick King. Oh, Chick King. Wait, I feel like I did have this one. Hold on, let me see. Is this the one that came out like during like the big like chicken sandwich wars? And then like got replaced? I did have this. So I don't know if I just had a bad experience, but like I I thought that was not good. It could just be that like that one particular order where I got one, they like flubbed it. But the Royal Crispy Chicken just has a way better like crispy texture. Um, but I don't know. Like maybe I just got a bad example because I remember having it and it was just like eh. I remember not being particularly impressed with it, and then I didn't bother. Like I was so unimpressed with it that I did not bother going to Burger King for another chicken sandwich until like a few weeks ago. And then I had the Royal Crispy Chicken. I was like, "Oh damn, this is good." Like I'll go back for more of these. I'm gonna side with Pug considering your taste in candy. Listen, Maggie, I I appreciate you very much. I would not trust you to tell me what to eat because I feel like you would give me like a crunchy rock and be like, "It's delicious." Always out myself as an internet pooper. I miss the beef tallow French fries from McDonald's and the original McNuggets. No, I was a kid. Uh, I was a kid, but I distinctly remember being extremely upset when they changed the chicken nuggets. But this was when I was like a small child. And I know the French fries kind of got less good. Because that beef tallow was fucking great. But Maggie, no hate. I say this jokingly, but you like candy corn? Yeah. Okay, let me put uh our baby mental stimulation videos back on. Maggie eats sand. Maggie eats
Being
many
described
things.
as the best sandwich McDonald's
Maggie do
ever
Maggie
produced,
things.
this oblong burger on a bun with onions and barbecue sauce disappeared in the early 1980s.
Yeah, like
So, what happened?
I would love
Well,
to
the
try
burger,
like
which
some of
was
the
served
earlier
inside of onion
iterations
nuggets and
of
only
these menu
available between
items.
4 and 9 p.m., cost $1.29 at a time that a regular burger
I need to
set
tune
you
into
back
more
40
Maggie
cents.
streams.
Nobody wants to be seen paying
Maggie
extra
eating
for onion
stuff
nuggets.
stream.
Maybe
I don't know
that's
if you
why
can
they
do
only
that
sold
on.
them at night. The McPizza
That might
was
stray into
created
other
to compete
territory.
directly with Domino's and Pizza Hut, and in that sense,
Oh,
it was a pretty dramatic
It's probably
failure.
trash,
The
but I
problem with
want to
pizza,
try
every
the
pizza can have a
McPizza
problem,
so
is that
bad.
it takes a while to prepare. Since most people who opt for fast food want their food fast, this item never really caught on with customers, and it was discontinued by around 2000. Except, for some reason or another, it's still available at a single location in Orlando, Florida.
Watch Susu
Maybe
eat
Mickey
cat
likes it.
food, anything goes.
Introduced in 1993, the
I mean,
McLobster
less
was a
like
lobster roll
self-harm and
served
more
in a
like-
hot dog bun with shredded
I
lettuce
feel
and
like
something called
stuff
lobster
ordering
sauce.
on like
At nearly
mukbang and
$6,
stuffing videos is
McLobster was
probably
too
not
expensive
allowed
for
on
the average
Twitch.
McDonald's customer because spending too much on food is the precise experience a McDonald's customer is
Have
trying
you
to
eaten
avoid.
canned dog food
It was
before? I mean,
discontinued
if you
nationally
gotta
in
do what you gotta
2017,
do,
but
Pug.
occasionally resurfaces in the
Also
New
had some
England and
peppermint
Atlantic
creamer recently that
Canadian
tasted
regions,
like a
where lobster
dusty
is more
light bulb.
abundant, less expensive. Similar to their brief flirtation with Mexican food, McDonald's also briefly tried getting it on with Asian cuisine in the form of Shanghai McNuggets. But the company didn't really put their heart into the relationship. The Shanghai McNuggets were essentially just regular McNuggets sold with sweet and sour sauce, hot
I
mustard,
remember how I did
teriyaki
my-
sauce,
my
a fortune
French
cookie,
impression
and
before.
chopsticks. It was discontinued in the late 1980s. In the 1990s, McDonald's introduced a line of healthier products known as the Deluxe line, and the McLean Deluxe was the Golden Arches attempt at a healthy burger, which contained
McLean.
ketchup, mustard, pickles,
That-
tomato,
that
lettuce
just
leaf, and
gives a
reduced fat
completely
patty,
different
all in a
impression
bakery-style
nowadays.
roll. And thanks to
Know what I
ingredients like
hate?
seaweed and other additives,
Stairs?
the sandwich was 91% fat-free.
Hot
But Part
lettuce?
of the experience
That's
of going
fair.
to McDonald's is ordering something
Well-
that will stop your heart like a traffic light. So the McLean Deluxe
I was gonna
discontinued in
interject, but
1996
I
after
think what I'm
flopping with
thinking
the
of is
public.
cabbage.
The
I've
whole
had like
Deluxe
hot
line
cabbage
followed in
dishes.
2000.
I like lettuce and
McSoup was
spaghetti.
essentially
That's an
Campbell's
interesting
soup in a
choice. I
McDonald's
bet that would
cup.
liven
And
up spaghetti a little
that's
bit.
pretty much all there is to it. It came in 2 flavors, chicken noodle and broccoli and cheese, and was served only at certain times of the year in colder climates. Locations in places like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Portugal still make
hold on.
soups
I
available
think I
to
still
customers,
have this in
albeit
here.
very different ones. But American consumers have been forced to go McSoupless
Yeah, I love
ever
this one.
since this
Okay,
one disappeared
I'm
from
gonna try and make an improved version of this.
This cheeseburger that had a slice of pineapple where a beef patty would normally be was created as a vegetarian option for Catholics who didn't eat meat on Fridays. McDonald's CEO Ray Kroc thought this meatless burger would be way more popular than the filet of fish, and he bet a fortune of money on it. But when he normally had a pretty sharp business sense, this is a
Bro,
bet
just
he
like a
lost.
big fucking
McDonald's
slice
voted
of
with their wallets,
pineapple on
and the
a
filet of fish
bun?
soundly trumped the McHula. Mixed spaghetti included pasta, marinara sauce, meatballs, and a cheese topping. It hung around until the 1980s, at which point it was discontinued everywhere except Orlando, Florida. Wait, really? What is it with that place? There's also a mixed spaghetti on the menu in the Philippines, but that one is actually
Mixed
a completely
spaghetti?
different dish. During the 90s,
You fucking
McDonald's
imagine
considered
going to
bringing the
McDonald's and
product
ordering a
back.
fucking
They tested
spaghetti?
mixed spaghetti in a few select markets and discovered, much like with
This
McPizza,
book I read, the mother got
consumers
sick of her
weren't buying
family
it.
eating super fast, so she put things in the food
Ray
like
Kroc
rocks,
hated hot
glass,
dogs.
safety pins,
Why?
so you'd have
Because
to eat
according to
slow.
Kroc,
What
you
the
never really know
fuck,
what's in a
lady?
hot dog's skin. He hated them
I
so
feel like
much,
that's how
he
Maggie
banned
might
them
cook,
from
but not
ever
for the
being sold
slow
at his restaurants.
Yeah,
But he
just
made
because
one
they're
crucial
tasty.
mistake. He didn't live forever. After Croc's passing, McHot Dogs found their way into a few markets, only to fail miserably. They haven't been seen on a McMenu since the late 90s. Ray may have been onto something. So what do you think? Did you like any of these discontinued favorites? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from Weird History Food.
In the year 2000, the Fuji Research Institute conducted a poll asking people what they felt was Japan's greatest invention of the 20th century. And the people overwhelmingly answered, instant noodles. And nothing else even
That
came
checks.
close.
さあどう日清
I also have
Cup
to zoom
noodle.
this in a
Nissin's
little
many
bit.
brands of instant ramen, including cup noodles and top ramen, have kept many a broke college student fed. But where did this time-saving and wallet-saving meal come from? Today on Weird History Food, we're boiling up the history of cup noodles.
Probably
But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History Food channel. And let us know in the comments below what other microwave staples you would like to hear about.
Rant.
Okay,
Time
to use your noodle.
The history of cup noodles? Yeah, this is just cup noodles biography.
In 1932, at the age of 22, Taiwanese businessman Wu Baifu opened up his very own textile company. Just a year later, he headed to Osaka, Japan, where he changed his name to Momofuku Ando and set up shop selling knitted goods while he attended the renowned Ritsumeikan University. His business was a quick success, and he soon started to dabble in a variety of other enterprises, from prefabricated housing to the production of both charcoal and salt. But as the story goes, with the start and finish of the Second World War, Japan was left in a state of devastating poverty. And after a 2-year stint in prison for tax evasion, which began in 1948, Momofuku was left destitute as
Actually been hospitalized twice already for gastrointestinal issues.
He was left with nothing
averaging
but his house,
like 6 or
and
7
presumably
years.
all the Momofuku
I mean,
jerseys he
those
ordered from the
technically
NBA
weren't
Pro
because
Shop.
of your
At the
eating
time,
habits,
the
but,
Japanese
you know,
government,
best to not
with the help of their
repeat.
American occupiers were continuing their
All
wartime
old
rationing
school
program,
tycoons start with
and
a
both
textile
inefficiency and
factory.
corruption were
It's
leading
just like
to
an easy,
widespread hunger and black
like,
market
easy
pop-ups.
entry-level
So as
big
Momofuku
business
wandered
ploy.
his way out of prison and off into the early 1950s, he noticed that long lines of starving people would wait out in freezing temperatures just for a chance to taste some hot black market ramen. Momofuku claims that this sight got him to thinking. Homemade ramen took too long for poor working people to make on their own. What if he could create a just-add-water alternative that would revolutionize the way Japanese people prepared one of their favorite meals? There would be no more long lines, no more standing out in the cold, and no more hungry freshmen in future college dorms. He spent a few years chewing on this idea, but in 1957, at the lowest point of his financial life, he decided to turn his idea into a reality. Momofuku went into the workshed behind his house, and he got
It's
to
had
work.
food poisoning
He
so bad the
apparently had no
CDC
experience of
contacted
his
me
own
to
with
figure out where I
noodle
got it?
making, though.
Are
It would
you
be like one
fucking
of your friends
serious,
suddenly
dude?
deciding to create a noodle empire in their garage. He was truly starting from the ground up. One fateful night, seeing the way his wife fried up their tempura dinner by using piping hot oil, he decided to try the technique out on his noodles. The high heat seemed to zap the moisture right out of them. At long last, after about a year of constant trial and error, Momofuku had finally figured out a way to dehydrate his ramen. We hope he tried putting the noodles in a little headband and sweats first. He then developed his very first flavor profile, and in 1958, Momofuku was ready to send his chicken ramen
I still have
to
the letter
stores
somewhere.
across
I think
Japan.
it's in the box with my birth certificate. 2 documents of equal importance: your birth certificate and where the fuck did you
Far
get
from
that
helping to
food
feed
poisoning?
Japan's poor, freezing working people,
Hospitalized for a few
Momofuku's instant
days?
ramen was
Jesus,
considered
man.
a luxury item at first.
Fortunately, I
At
only had food
35
poisoning
yen a
once and it was
pop,
my own
each
fault.
serving of Momofuku's
Oh,
instant
Asti.
ramen costs about 6 times as much as it would to make from scratch.
I
That's
have
not
some
saving anyone
experience
any
with
dough.
food poisoning,
Still, this
unfortunately.
instant ramen was
Maybe a
an
little bit
instant
too much
success.
experience.
It was simple and fast to make, and it could be stored for far longer than traditional noodles. Within its first year on the market, his newfound company, Nishin Food, was selling 10,000 portions each and every day. Today, Nishin claims the product's initial success was due to the growing number of two-income households in Japan. The country was in a period of rapid growth, and with the emergence of a suburban middle class came Japan's first-ever American-style supermarkets, which contain a plethora of processed and prepackaged foods for Japanese people to enjoy for the first time ever. Here's a tip: stay away from the Captain Crunch. Your gums will thank you later. Instant ramen only became more popular with time, and by the mid-1960s, Nissin looked to expand into other countries outside of Japan. While touring the United States as a potential new market, Momofuku noticed a recurring trend at every corporate office he visited. According to legend, the staff at each of these offices would be given their sample of instant noodles in disposable cups. When they were done eating, they would simply throw the cups into the garbage. The idea of single-use containers was foreign to Momofuku, but he decided he had to embrace America's fast-paced, maximum-convenience, dumpster-friendly culture if he wanted to make it big in the States.
No
So
regrets.
he headed back to Japan and had
Okay,
a team
your
of the
candy
world's
tier list
top noodle
confuses me. Where's
scientists
Reese's?
generate almost 40
Reese's
different
Pieces are at
prototypes
the
for a new
top.
type of
Reese's
instant ramen, one
Cups
that could
are
be made
like,
straight
I would
from a
not
disposable
buy
cup.
them, but I
They
would eat
eventually
them if they
settled
were
on a
free.
lightweight polystyrene version, one that
Reese's
would better
Pieces are
insulate
trash.
the heat
Get
of
out
the
of my
noodles
chat,
than
bug.
their paper-based counterparts.
Oh, don't.
And by September of 1971,
Hi,
cup
Choco.
noodles
How's it
were
going?
ready to change the way we ramen forever.
Friend made baked potato soup for Thanksgiving one year, but they made way too much. They left quite a... Oh,
Believe
I
it or
know where
not,
the story
cup
is
noodles
going.
were a hard
Left
sell
way
in
too much,
Japan at
or left
first.
quite a bit at
At
my
the time,
place. My fridge
cup of
wasn't
cup
functioning
noodles
properly,
cost
and
4
turns out it
times as
wasn't
much
staying
as a
cold enough,
package
so
of
soup
instant ramen.
turned,
That better be some
but
cup.
not enough for me
What's
to
more,
immediately
standing
notice
while eating
before
was seen
reheating
as
some, and
rude in
boom,
Japan,
sickest I've ever
and the
been from
on-the-go
food.
format of cup noodles
Ah!
didn't really strike a chord with Japanese consumers.
Cups are
So
the best.
Nishii
I mean,
quickly
cups are
called
good.
an audible. Rather
Good enough
than
for me to
simply selling their
buy,
cup noodles
but
at
good.
supermarkets, they produced around
Graphic?
20,000 cup noodles vending
Uh,
machines, which dispensed hot water on the spot like a
Ooh,
coffee machine.
ouch.
So
That
customers
is
could enjoy
rough,
cup
Maggie.
noodles right then and there, wherever they
That
were.
is
They
placed
placed
these
these machines
fun.
in pedestrian zones and areas that catered to young people. And when sales were good, just one of these 20,000 units could
Like
sell as
holiday
many as
cups the
20,000
best?
cups of ramen on
I
any given
like
day.
holiday
That's
cups
enough
the least,
styrofoam
but
to
that
hold
might just
every
be
last
because
one
I
Captain
like
Planet's
associate with them.
fears.
I associate them with being expired. Why?
Still, cup
Maggie?
noodles didn't really take off in Japan
This is
until
my
one
potato soup
fateful
experience.
10-day
I just
period
literally
in
got in the
February
shower and
of
lived there the rest of the day.
1972. The
Yeah,
Asahi Sanso incident was
after
a
you have a
hostage
both ends
situation in which
experience,
Japanese
then
police stood off
you
with
need to
5
just
Marxist
sit and think about
radicals
your life
in a
for a
remote
while.
mountain
That's
lodge.
just how it
The police on
goes.
the scene needed to be fed, and
Most
cup
of the
noodles
time,
became
like,
their go-to food
what
of
happens to
choice.
me is if I
It
get
allowed them
food
to starve
poisoning,
down
I
some
get
calories without having to
dizzy.
leave the standoff.
I get
And
dizzy,
because
and
everyone in the country was
being
glued to their
dizzy makes me
televisions watching the
nauseous, and I
situation
will,
unfold, they all
like,
saw the officers going to town on cup
I
after
I
cup
had
of
experiences in
instant ramen.
college
The
where
brand
like I'd get
became
food
an
poisoning
immediate
or I'd have
household
like a
name.
stomach
According
bug,
to some historians,
and I
the
would just
incident marked the beginning of the end.
it was
for Marxist
depressing because I'd
movements
I would
across
go to
Japan.
sleep
But
and
from
I would wake
those
up having to
Marxist ashes
barf
rose
and I'd
cup
be like
noodles,
dizzy and
ready
stagger
for
to
a
the
social
bathroom
revolution all
and
their
barf.
own. Just
And
2
then
years later,
feel
cup
just
noodles
well
would
enough to
reach
go
America,
like
where they were
sadly
briefly
crawl
marketed
back
as
in bed
couple
and like a
noodles.
couple like an
And
hour or
don't worry,
45
it didn't
minutes
mean how to
later
affect yourself.
I would just
It
wake
really
up
was
having to
called
barf
couple
again.
noodles.
And I had days where that would keep going until I had nothing left in my stomach.
Nishin then set
And
up
I was
plants
just
in Hong Kong,
chugging
Brazil,
water
the
and
Netherlands,
like
Germany,
barfing
Singapore,
it back
and
up.
Thailand, creating a global empire before the end.
My
of the
roommates
19th
found
century.
me just like huddled, like basically trying to sleep on the bathroom floor because it wasn't worth trying to go back to bed.
Over the many decades since Nishin's instant
To this
ramen
day,
and
I
cup
still will
noodles
not
hit the
eat
market,
baked potato
they've
soup.
released
Yo,
dozens of
having an
flavors and
experience
have
like
inspired
that
millions
can
of
just
competitors.
fuck up
They've been a
your
hit all
perception
around
of a
the
food
world, and
forever. You're
likewise,
just like, I
almost
never want to
every
eat that
country seems
again.
to have its own
The
particular
guy's trying to
brand
be
of instant
sexy,
ramen.
flirting with a guy, and
Koreans
then
have
just
Nong
left
Shin,
him and ran away.
Singaporeans have
You keep
Prima
shitting.
Taste, the Vietnamese
No.
have Vina Ace Book, and the
Hi, Calvin.
Americans have
How's
the
it going?
Japanese imported
We're
Maruchan.
talking about food
Even
poisoning.
Tapatio's gotten in on the cup noodles trend, releasing their very own picante lineup of instant noodles for those looking for a Japanese-Mexican mashup. Likewise, over in Japan, Pringles tried to get in on the action too, releasing their very own sour cream and onion and jalapeno and onion flavors back in 2018. But even with all these pretenders to the throne, Nissin remains the top brand of
But
instant
really,
ramen
the
in the
CDC
world
thing,
to this
I
day.
had blood
In fact,
involved in
cup
all
noodles
that, so
performed
I
so well
win.
in America that
Yeah,
Nissin
that
eventually invested
that
in a
sounds
60-foot cup noodle
like if you
sign
got
near the
hospitalized
top of
and the
New York City's
CDC is
one-time
asking
square
you
building that
where
stayed
did
there
you
for
get
10
that, we
years.
need to do
Billboards
research.
usually
I
don't stay
think
up for
you
that
win.
long unless something terrible has
Like,
happened. Every year
yeah, the
between
CDC thing
1996
wins
and
by default
2006,
because the
millions
CDC
of
was
people
involved.
watched
Yeah,
as the New
basically.
Year's Eve ball
I don't
dropped
eat
in Times
watermelons because I
Square,
had a very
right in
bad
front of
voicing
a
episode
great
as a kid
big
and
cup
distinctly
of
remember
local
vomiting up
noodles.
watermelons. It's
That
just
was a
saying, yeah,
pretty
like
good idea.
that'll fuck up
What's
your
more,
perception of a
between
food
cup noodles and
forever.
their top
Like you'll
ramen
never
brand,
want to eat it again
Nissin
if it's
alone
that
has
bad.
more than enough flavors to go
It's
around.
insane.
Cup noodles come in original seafood curry and a wide variety of specialized stir-fry flavors, including General Tso's chicken, Korean spicy beef, and sweet chili. Less popular flavors include burnt styrofoam and it's leaking. For those looking to get a bit more adventurous this holiday season, Cup Noodles also has their seasonal pumpkin spice cup noodles, which they recommend topping with whipped cream. Although, that sounds more like a dare.
That sounds
Meanwhile, Top
fucking
Ramen is still
ghastly.
slinging their chicken-flavored
It's like the
instant
government is
ramen all
concerned
across
about
the
your
planet,
sickness.
alongside beef, shrimp, soy
Hug
sauce,
winning
and
them
chili
food poisoning
varieties.
Olympics. Be listening to Cup Noodle history. That's right.
In the new millennium, instant ramen has continued to grow bigger and better than ever before. You'd need a cup the size of a water tower to hold its success. While anyone can appreciate low cost and easy prep, cup noodles and top ramen gained particular prominence among college students looking to make a meal with just a couple of cents in a microwave oven. Despite this popularity, many nutritionists have raised concerns over instant ramen's apparent lack of nutritional value. Because when people like something, it's the nutritionist's job to ruin it for everyone. While these ramen often contain low amounts of iron, niacin, and riboflavin, they don't really offer up much else. Likewise, they are super high in salt content, with one single package often providing over 3/4 of the recommended sodium intake for a single day, or roughly the same amount of salt that collects at the bottom of every McDonald's bag. Instant ramen also often contains TBHQ, the preservative that has been shown in lab settings
THQ?
to damage DNA. But when's the last
It's
time
linked
you
to a
used
local
DNA for
teriyaki joint.
Today,
Yikes.
over 100 billion
It's
packs
the
of instant ramen are
nutritionist's
sold
job to
around the
ruin
globe
it for
each year.
everyone.
China is its top consumer, followed by Indonesia and Vietnam. Of the other top 10 instant ramen consumers, the USA and Brazil are the only non-Asian countries among them. We're really into microwave noodles in the States. For those looking to pay tribute to the brand that powered countless exam weeks, the Cup Noodles Museum in Yokohama, Japan has got you covered. Exhibitions range from the Instant Noodles History Cube, a room displaying all of Cup Noodles' many different packages throughout the years, to a more hands-on ramen making experience, wherein visitors get to knead, steam, and season ramen for themselves. I wonder if you have to bring your own microwave. The museum also has a recreation of Momofuku's original workshed, along with a 58-meter panoramic timeline that details his entire life story from start to finish. Though he passed away in 2007, he still had one last invention up his sleeve during his final years. In 2005, at the age of 91, he declared his company would develop a brand of ramen for outer space. He headed a project team to make his space noodle dream
Cup
happen.
has his own
and
museum?
by
It's
creating a
wild.
filtered
He's
ramen
so
broth
humble
and
on
noodles that
stream.
were bite-sized rather than long and tangly, they did just that. Momofuku's Space Ram headed up into space shortly thereafter, making it aboard 2005's Discovery Shuttle, where astronaut Soichi Noguchi
just gonna
became the
leave
first
that
human to
there
eat
for now.
ramen noodles in space. Now, if we could only get one of those vending machines up there. So what do you think? What's your favorite ramen flavor? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these
Cup
other
being
weird
humble, damn, you're
history
so
food
funny.
videos.
Yeah. Like, you might have a point.
Looking back, it now seems like the 1990s were a simpler, more innocent time of grunge music, frosted tips, and unapologetically sugary snack
right
foods.
should be
But many
fairly
90s snacks were
simple.
ultimately
gotta have
discontinued
the
in later
hands.
years, leaving millennials nostalgic for a time when they could trade their favorite snacks
Got
over
Three
the
Musketeers and
cafeteria
basically
table.
A tier. That shit is just
So,
bad chocolate on
today,
nougat.
we're going to take a
Sometimes
look at
I will
some
get a
facts
Three
about 90s
Musketeers
lunchbox
to
items
throw
that
in
make us
the
happy to
in the
school.
fridge or the freezer.
But before we get started, be
And
sure to
Tootsie
subscribe to the
Rolls.
Weird History Food channel.
Uh-oh.
After that, please leave a comment and let us know which other decades' snack foods you would like to hear about. Okay, time to snack on some sweet, sweet snack food history.
What the fuck is this shit? Emmy's
String
chocolate
cheese
tier list
may
was
be
utter
the
garbage. I
greatest
mean, what do you
innovation in the
expect? I barely
subdivision
eat
of
chocolate
food
anymore.
since sliced bread, and it came from
So I'm not
exactly
really,
where you think it would.
I'm not really super
Wisconsin,
going out of
the
my way
land of
to
cheese.
eat
Specifically,
chocolate
it was invented by
anything.
Frank Baker of Baker Cheese, a family
The only
owned
things
company
I like
that has been making cheese for more than
really
100
buy
years.
nowadays
In the
is like-
1960s, with pizza rising in popularity, the company
What?
transitioned
You don't
from
like double
specializing
bubble
in
butt?
cheddar cheese to mozzarella. This, in turn, led customers
Yeah,
to
I will
ask
say the
Baker
flavor
for
goes away
smaller
really
units
fast,
of
but I do just
snackable
kind of have like
mozzarella cheese.
a weak
The
spot
feedback
for
may
it.
have led Baker to become the first
I have
person to
a
create
lot of
string
childhood
cheese
nostalgia
by
tied
cutting
up in that
mozzarella into
gum.
ropes
And
then
I've got
soaking
some
the ropes in
recently, and
salt
it's still
brine to
tasty
make
for
them
5 seconds.
string. According to his grandson Brian, Baker then took the string cheese to the local bar to share with the patrons. In fact, his whole marketing plan was essentially showing up at parties and taverns and handing out free samples. You know, like a drug dealer. Taste testers found that the string cheese was easy to snack on.
Bellissimo!
Can I have a
with
drug
mild,
dealer that'll
pleasant
like
flavor that wasn't stinky as
give me
many cheeses
discount
can
string
be.
cheese?
And of course, it was stringy, which
What's your
everyone
thoughts
thought
on
was
chocolate
cool.
pizza? What
So
the
it became
fuck
extremely
is,
popular.
is that
among
like the
bar
fucking
goers.
Lunchables
However,
thing that
its
you
eventual
spread the
status
icing
as a
on?
staple kids snack wasn't anything Baker had intended. He once
Pug,
stated,
I don't know if
"String
you're
cheese
I
certainly
don't know if
wasn't
you're
targeted
actually reading the
specifically to
tiers,
kids.
homie.
It was meant to be a functional,
Yeah,
high-quality
I would
piece
go
of
out of
cheese
my way to
peeled from
fucking
scratch. Although
to buy
he
some Tootsie
probably
Pops
wasn't upset about
sometimes.
all those kids'
Not all
lunch
the time,
sales.
but like, you know, as a little treat. That's just a
Bite-sized
pie.
Baby
No, it's
Bell
a chocolate
cheeses were
pizza.
all the
Alright, I don't
rage
know
in
what
the
the fucking chocolate
1990s.
pizza is.
Between them and string cheese, it's tempting to believe
I
the
have
1990s
no
were
clue what
some
that is,
kind of
homie.
cheese renaissance or cheese-assance. But it was just coincidence, as far as we know. The Baby Bell brand, as part of France's Bell Group, actually dates all the way back to the mid-19th century, although the famous laughing cow logo wouldn't be trademarked until 1921. Maybe one day that cow will let us in on the joke. If you've ever wondered why mini Baby Bells are called mini despite only coming in one size,
Never
you're
tried
not
Andy's
alone.
mints? No, I
According to the
don't. I
company,
do
they're
not
meant to be
like
miniature
chocolate and
cheese
mints.
wheels, a smaller version.
How
of the
you've had
original
Olive
Baby
Garden?
Bell cheese
Bold of you
wheels
to
from
assume I've ever
France.
actually
This
been to
makes
Olive
the
Garden.
mini Baby Bells especially handy
Chocolate
when you want
chopped
to
self
pretend you're a
chocolate
giant.
pizzas. It's just a disc of chocolate.
The mini
toppings
cheese
and
wheels
nuts
were
and
first
stuff. What
released
the
in
fuck?
1977 and,
I-
in the United States, have pretty much
I don't know if I've
completely
ever
supplanted
seen
the
a
full-sized
dedicated
wheels.
chocolate
It
shop.
is still possible
Maybe
to
like
order
once.
these larger wheels in France,
But
where they're sold as
that's
Baby
not like
Bell Maxi. But will
at
it
least
fit
where
in a
I'm, that's not
lunchbox?
super common. For a chocolate burger? What the fuck
In
is a chocolate
1969,
burger?
humans walked on the
Huh?
moon, and Bryan Adams got his first real six-string at the 5 and dime. But that's not all
I feel
that
like I've
happened.
seen a chocolate
The
shop
first
a
Capri
couple of
Sun
times, but
pouches were
it's
also
sure as hell
manufactured
not
in
like
1969
common
in Eppelheim,
around
Germany,
where I'm at.
under the brand name Capri Zona. But the brand wouldn't reach international acclaim until a decade later, when they hired a great new spokesman, the greatest of all time,
Yeah,
heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali.
I feel like
According
I've been to
the
a
Juice
chocolate shop,
brand's website,
but
it was the first endorsement deal the
I
boxing
cannot
legend
remember
accepted,
when
as he was
or
really
where
into
that
fruit
was.
juice. In the 1980s, the company aggressively marketed the drink to youngsters with commercials that featured a catchy jingle which memorably touted, kids seem to really take to the drink's trademark foil pouches, even though they're more
You ever
difficult
try
to open
almond
than Coleridge's
rocha? I
puzzle
don't
box.
think so.
By the
Like I said, I
1990s,
don't
Capri
really
Sun
go
was
out
a
of my way to
staple of
try
lunchboxes
chocolate or
across
candy anymore.
America.
That's just not super my thing to begin with.
Handy snacks are perfect for those moods when nothing but spreading a cheese-like substance on crackers with a tiny red plastic stick will do. Anyone tucking into a handy snack
Ever
today
seen a
would likely
Capri Sun
be
IRL
filled
and
with
was always
warm,
confused what it was?
nostalgic memories
It's just
of
like a juice
school
pouch.
lunches past. Except now, you have to bring your own stick.
It can be filled
And
with
it's not
mold.
some sort
Never
of
try one.
packaging
It's
mistake.
it.
Despite being the snack's most memorable feature,
I don't
the
think I've
plastic
ever
spreading
gotten the moldy
utensils
one.
that used to be included with handy
I hope.
snacks, and pizza Lunchables for that matter, are no more. Parent company Ritz explained in 2019 that the red sticks were discontinued in order to be more eco-friendly, because most people throw the sticks away rather than recycle them. It also doesn't hurt that cutting the sticks probably saved them a lot of money to boot. More cheddar for everyone, or a cheddar substitute. However, environmental concerns have not been enough to stop frustrated snackers from petitioning both Lunchables and Handy Snacks to reinstate the sticks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a juice pack. Like, just a juice box, except it's in a
A
bag.
lot of great things have
pretty
come
much.
from Canada. Trivial Pursuit, John Candy, the band Rush, and Dunkaroos. Yeah, we thought they were from Australia too. First launched in America's neighbor to the north in the early 1990s, Dunkaroos are a fiendishly simple lunchtime snack, although they really stretched the definition of both those words. In case you've never dunked before, contained in each package of Dunkaroos are a handful of honey graham cookies and a thimble's worth of cake frosting. And it's absolutely
Think
as
one that's
awesome
chunky
as it
and you'll be done with
sounds.
them forever?
However, despite its huge
Is that
popularity in the
common?
90s, in 2012, the
Like,
treat, for reasons that
I feel
remain
like unless you
mysterious to
get
this
one that's
day,
been sitting
was
in a warehouse for
discontinued
20
in the
years,
United
like,
States.
that's not
But they kept going
common.
strong in the land of Neil Young and Ryan Reynolds. So 4 years later, Dunkaroos owner General Mills launched its Smuggleroos campaign, encouraging traveling Canadians to buy some Dunkaroos and share them with their deprived American friends. According to General Mills marketing director Jason Doolin, the campaign was started in part to crack down on the Dunkaroos black market, which was hawking the snack online to desperate Americans for sky-high prices. Luckily, order was restored in 2020, and Dunkaroos made their triumphant return to the good old US of A. In the 1970s, Louis Shaloub of Joseph Shaloub and Son Incorporated, the company that goes all the way back to 1886, developed a product that would become known as Joré Fruit Rolls. The apricot-based snack was basically dried fruit paste on cellophane sheets that were then rolled up, and may have been inspired by a Lebanese snack called amardine. Fruit rolls came in a variety of flavors, and they were relatively popular in parts of the United States in the 1980s. But they weren't popular enough to prevent the fairly similar
more
fruit
common than you
roll-ups
think.
introduced by General Mills under their Betty Crocker brand in 1983
Hey,
from
Kush, how's it
stealing
going?
their thunder.
Two y'all
In
asking me if I
2012,
went for a
Betty
walk. I
Crocker
did go for a
Snacks
walk
presented
today.
the
I
New
got my
York Knicks
exercise. I
superstar
did
Jeremy
good.
Lin with a
I did a
basketball
good
jersey
thing.
made out of fruit roll-ups after he
Should
tweeted
probably
about
make
his
it so
love
only
of
one
fruit
person
snacks.
can ask
Note
a day,
to
just so I'm
Jeremy,
not getting
next time,
asked
tweet about how
repeatedly.
much you love
Actually, I
chocolate
think I made it
frosting.
so like 3
Fruit
people
rolls
can
are still
ask me
going
and then it
strong
stops.
today, and for what it's worth, Joré fruit rolls are still out there too.
Smuggleroos sounds so genius. It makes me wonder why It makes me wonder why they wouldn't just re-release them.
It's time to unroll the classic lunchroom snack and ruler substitute, Fruit
literally
by the
something
foot.
called a fruit
Debuting in the early 90s and still
I am
available
not
pretty much
familiar
everywhere today,
with-
the fruit-flavored snack
Yeah,
has
I'm not
been a
familiar with
perennial
MRD.
favorite. Not only because you can measure drywall while eating it, but also
There's a lot
because
of like
extreme
kind of fruit
sweetness.
snacks like
And
that
we
that I
do
have
mean
not
extreme. While
tried.
Fruit by the Foot
So
does
how does roll
provide
for
a
planks
somewhat
work?
decent
Okay,
serving
so
of vitamin C, Time
roll for
magazine
planks
reports that the
is
3-foot treat
a
actually
D12.
consists of 48%
It might be a
sugar by
D6
weight.
soon
The only other
because
thing
I
we
am
could
weaker
pick
than
up
I
that is
anticipated.
48% sugar by weight is a bag of
And the
sugar.
result gets
Nonetheless,
multiplied
Fruit by
by
the Foot
10,
was a
and I
hit and
gotta
remains popular today,
squat for that many
thanks in part to
seconds.
some creative
So like if
marketing.
you roll a 6, then I gotta roll. I gotta
Back
like
in
plank.
1999,
Or, I gotta
Fruit by
plank
the
for a
Foot
minute.
made themselves
I might use the
indispensable
wrong
to
word
video
there.
gamer kids by
my
partnering
brain
up with
is in
Nintendo
drama.
to include game tips on the packaging. And more
But basically,
recently, Fruit by the Foot became
yeah,
the focus of a viral
I might
speed
make it a
eating
D6
challenge
instead
while
of
the
a
world was on
D12 soon
lockdown
because
in
Mercury
2020.
came in here and fucking Mercury came in here and rolled an 11,
Ghostbusters was a
and I got
massive
about like
so it was
50.
spun off into a
I got
cartoon
about a
show
minute
move
in,
that
and then I like
surprised
died
no one. The
immediately.
real
I like
Ghostbusters
fucking
debuted
folded.
in 1986,
So I might
featuring
have to
the
make it a
whole team of
D6 instead of a
Ghostbusters and
D12
their
just
little
so
green
it doesn't
ghost buddy,
fucking kill me
Slimer, who
or make
was
me pull a
much
muscle.
less friendly in the film.
My grandma makes it, and it's literally
The
the
character
tastiest
was
snack, but on the
expected to be
downside, eating it
wildly
is like
popular,
eating leather.
and that meant
Blech.
lucrative product endorsements.
Is there a
That
plank
endorsement
animation?
came from the people
No,
at
I
IC,
get off
a
screen.
division
Well,
of
actually,
Coca-Cola,
you
a
know,
company that already had a highly
I
visible
got off
product placement
screen
in
the first
Ghostbusters
time, but
movie.
maybe I can
Seriously,
like
count all the
can I-
fruit
I,
cans
like,
next time
do-
you watch it. They
I like
outnumber
do
the
that,
toasts.
and then just
Launched
like
as a tie-in product with the real Ghostbusters animated
can I
series,
do that?
Icy's Ecto Cooler offered a delicious orange
There,
and tangerine
just-
flavor, and it came in a color reminiscent of the ghostly Slimer, because apparently kids wanted to drink him. The flavor turned out to be so popular it
Yeah,
actually
I'll just
outlasted
like
the Ghostbusters
I'll just do
cartoon.
that and make a
Floss
sad
reports
face.
that after Ecto Cooler was discontinued, it was
Held up
re-released
by my
under
tits,
the
yeah.
Shoutin' Orange Tanger Green label. And in 2006, this flavor was again rebranded
Maybe I should make
as
this like a
Crazy
camera
Citrus
angle
Cooler.
that I can toggle
Now,
to.
if they could only get Bill Murray
The
to
new
say,
stream
"This
title
Crazy
would be
Citrus
Emmy is
Cooler
dead.
name."
Wait, hold on. Let me go into my
The
settings.
candy that would
Hold on.
eventually become known as
I don't think I
Warheads,
have an
or kind of
angle
a
8,
punishingly
so let me
sour
just make
taste,
this.
was invented
just
in
make
Taiwan
this camera
in
8.
1975, but didn't arrive in the United States until 1993. Originally known as Mega Warheads, Warheads were marketed in packages featuring
There,
a mascot
alright,
named
and then we'll
Wally
go into
Warhead,
photographs.
who is depicted with puckered lips and an exploding head. Because these ain't
I do have an 8.
granddaddy sour
What was 8?
candies.
Alright, well that is
So
8
what
now.
gives a warhead such
so-
a sour punch?
boop,
Well,
boop.
it's actually a
Yeah,
combination
alright.
of citric
That's
acid,
fantastic.
like the kind you find in lemons and limes, and malic acid, which is
We
found
had
in
that in the
apples and is
UK?
considered to
Wait,
be one
which
of the
did you have?
sourest substances a human can safely eat. Of course, that doesn't explain how warheads can stay sour.
Warheads,
for
I
so
once
long.
ate so many I gave
It's
myself a
possibly
chemical
due to
burn
an
on my
ancient
tongue so
curse,
bad I
but it
couldn't
could
eat
also
solid
be a
food
feature
for a
of the
month.
candy's hydrogenated
Jesus
palm
fucking
oil
Christ,
coating, which
Choco.
Wired magazine speculates
Rip, I mean,
acts as an
2023 ate
invisible
too many
time release
burgers.
mechanism for the sour flavor.
That's definitely not. Never mind.
Fruit Gushers, also sometimes marketed as just plain Gushers, are made by the omnipresent Betty Crocker, who is not a person but a division of General Mills. The acorn-shaped snacks,
I
which
love sour
originally
candy.
came in
Noted.
flavors like
Sour
strawberry
candy is good.
splash and gushing grape, are made from a soft, chewy
Choco,
candy
that's-
with a few
that is
drops of
fucking
alleged
insanity.
fruit juice at the center. Despite being one of the most popular fruit snacks ever created, Fruit Gushers are arguably more famous for its weird commercials. As in, commercials that feature kids turning into hideous fruit mutants. Or would that be fruitants? But in case that's not strange enough, there's always Gusher for an Eye. Gusher for an Eye was a 90-second web video about a boy who was born with a gusher for an eye. And we get to watch him stroll through life squirting his delicious eye juice into the mouths of thirsty strangers.
That's so
It is
fucking
the scariest
weird.
movie ever made. But it
Was
wasn't
he
a
based it
failure.
on you being
The
banned from
commercial was
Burger
created
King? I
by
know it
the
was a
Saatchi & Saatchi
Burger
advertising
joint.
agency.
Wait,
and made
what?
the shortlist for
Where
the
did I get banned
2011
from?
Clios, which is sort of like the
Real
Academy
question is,
Awards
can I
of
roll for
advertising.
squats then roll for planks
So
right
take
after?
that,
Unfortunately,
non-weaponized
yes.
snacks. So what do you think? Which
You
of
just
these
have to
90s
forgive me if I
snacks was
can't
your
do the
favorite?
full length
Let
of the
us
plank
know in the
because,
comments
like,
below. And while you're
I
at
can
it,
do
check out some
squats
of these
for a
other
while.
weird
I have
mystery
strong
food
legs.
videos.
I've been walking like my legs are made for going on long walks and shit. So I got strong legs. But my planks, I'm a weak bitch baby. I will struggle I will struggle so hard, and you will hear me struggling off screen. It's very sad. Let's do one of these videos. Yeah, I want to do an explainer, but like the EVE Online one is the one I super wanna. That was dropped 8 hours ago. All right, y'all, help me decide. Do we do like a manageable length explainer video that we can actually get to the end of, or do we start the 6 hour EVE Online one? Because there's no way we are getting to the end of this. However, I am very interested, and I'm very interested in why he decided it needed to be 8 hours. I think for some reason I remember something obscure, and now I'm questioning my brain is playing tricks on me. I mean, Kit has a joke about getting banned from Subway, so maybe you're remembering that? I have never gotten banned from... I have not yet gotten banned from a burger place. If I do what Kit keeps asking me to and do the burger fucking stream, that might change. I'm banned from Wendy's? I think I remember you telling us about the banned from Wendy's thing. Oh, were you talking to Pug? Because yeah, Pug was banned from Wendy's. Because of like some fucking mix up and like the staff tried to pin it on you or whatever. That was such a like whack ass story. Absolutely like stupid fucking treatment. Okay, I'm gonna start the EVE Online explainer. I don't care anymore. We're just gonna roll with it. Oh fuck, I can't full screen this. Why is this already an hour in? I definitely didn't. Has it just been autoplaying for an hour? That's better.
For over 20 years, the simulated world of New Eden has run in near perpetuity. While information about this world is readily available, much of it is indecipherable to the outside observer, replete with jargon and references meaningful only to those who have spent years in the community. On occasion, mainstream news outlets will write articles about the results of battles involving thousands of players and virtual assets valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, massive exchanges in wars fought for arcane reasons between belligerents with convoluted backgrounds. People who spend their time in New Eden will begin to discuss their experiences in the game and their participation in historic events, but their gravity is often difficult to fathom for those without the same knowledge or experience. Others endeavor to chronicle particular aspects of its history, such as harrowing acts of subterfuge and its ever-shifting borders and alliances. Many who hear about this world agree that, while fascinating, they would never attempt to join it themselves, citing its complexity and depth. And so, for most, a single question remains: what is EVE Online?
Dog, I am very into sci-fi MMOs, but like EVE is that kind of MMO that like it borders on a job, I feel like. And I just can't. I just can't. And you can't even fly the ship by hand last I checked. I tried a demo and it was just like point and clicking stuff where to go, and I'm like, this isn't for me. This is a little bit too drawn out for me.
During the early 1990s, software developers were exploring the possibilities of the internet. a relatively new invention at the time.
Internet.
Interactive online spaces such as multi-user
Choco, I
dungeons
love
and
the
forums
flying
were
in
shared
Elite,
by millions
there
of
was just
people,
not
but
enough,
it was clear
like,
to everyone
engaging stuff
using
in
and
it to
creating
keep
these
me hooked.
spaces that there was much
But it's got
more
like one of the
potential.
best feeling
Internet
flight models
technology was
ever.
rapidly improving and changing, and
Tried to
developers
get into it a
had
long
to
time
make
ago, but I
certain
realized
that their
shit was
creations
real-time
could keep pace.
skilling
Even
and
more
stuff, so I'd
difficult,
never even
however,
come
was
close to catching
balancing
up.
the ever-changing needs
Yeah,
and desires
it's...
of users with the
Yeah.
services being created. As personal computers became more widespread and their
Lose the
rendering
feel fast.
capabilities
Yeah, and it
increased,
sucks
developers
because,
grew
like,
more and more
they
interested
built
in
such a
simulated,
good
three-dimensional
tactile
environments
space
shared over
flight
the
simulation.
internet as the natural
Like,
progression
it just...
of forums.
It
And of these
feels
developers,
fantastic,
there
and
were
like the
few as
UI and everything
ambitious
feels
as the
good.
Icelandic company
Like,
Oz Interactive
the ships feel good, the
and their
flying feels good, the
creation,
UI feels
Oz
good.
Virtual. During the preceding
But then it
decades,
just like falls
cyberpunk
apart
novelists had
when it comes
envisaged
to like
immersive,
missions and
multi-sensory virtual
progression and stuff.
experiences enabled by powerful computers networked with one another, and software developers had used these stories as inspiration to create worldwide web browsers that allowed users to explore websites in 3 dimensions, utilizing a coding language.
Do I want to try to
called the
do an animated
virtual
noted
reality
emote, or do I
markup
want to just...
language,
I probably
or
just need to do a
VRML,
like still
as
one
opposed
for
to
now.
the hypertext markup language, or HTML. Founded in 1992, Oz Interactive sought to expand upon this concept and offer a VRML web browser that allowed users to interact with other users who were visiting the website at the same time, with each person represented by their own 3D avatar, and even allowing for simultaneous voice communication, a remarkable progression for the time. However, their location made development difficult. Iceland's internet was connected to the rest of the world by a single modem, and the country would turn off this modem during the night when few people were using it. Still,
Jesus
development would
Christ.
continue for the next 4 years until 1996, when they finally launched the beta version of Oz Virtual. Soon, other companies began forming partnerships with Oz Interactive, including Time Warner, Ericsson, the Van Gogh Museum, and Atlantic Records, to create bespoke worlds within Oz Virtual for them. Most notably, Intel cooperated with Oz Interactive to recreate a New York nightclub in Oz Virtual, then utilize a motion capture system on the performers at the club to host a party in both the real and virtual spaces simultaneously. However, the company soon realized that the concept of Oz Virtual, like many others of its ilk, was a product developed too early for the market, and a small group of developers and artists, as well as a single historian, left Oz Interactive to found their own company in 1997, which they named Crowd Control Productions, or as it is commonly abbreviated, CCP. Where this small group had once spent their time developing tech demos, they were now interested in creating a finished product, and so they decided that they would develop something remarkably different: a board game. Leveraging the design experience of its initial members, they quickly constructed their game, which they christened Hættuspil, or Danger Game. Produced in conjunction with Alcoholics Anonymous, the game saw players fighting against one another and occasionally making tenuous alliances as they attempted to break the cycle of addiction to various substances. Core to the game's mechanics was a focus on sharp consequences for failure and the ability to interfere with others' play. In the game design documents, the first line read, "Death is a serious matter." Hættuspil was widely successful in Iceland, and soon it had sold a copy to 1/8 of households in the country, bringing this small, independent company of designers a significant influx of capital. But rather than continuing to make board games, the company returned to the concept that had driven them to work together in the first place. While the design and technology they had made for Oz Virtual was produced too early for its initial purpose, they envisaged a game made with the same concepts and some of the same technology. And so, in 1999, using the money they had earned from Hættuspil, they began work on a space-themed massively multiplayer online game. At first, the designers attempted a two-dimensional style, but the team decided quickly that they wanted to create something more reminiscent of a movie, and soon they settled on a three-dimensional style that placed the player in a ship out in space against a backdrop of planets and stars, and they began releasing trailers in the year 2000. Publishers were initially unwilling to believe that the graphics in the trailers were rendered in real time, but after they had been convinced, CCP was able to secure the funding they felt necessary to make the game that they wanted, which they named EVE Online, the second Genesis. Their ambitions, however,
You played
were
Homeworld
far
1 or
more
2?
than
I am
graphical.
nearly at the
Supporting
end of
core
Homeworld
gameplay would
1
be a
Remastered.
complicated system of economics
And I got stuck
described
on
as
a tough level.
hyper-capitalistic by its CEO.
Because the level
All
is meant to like
resources
demonstrate
available in the
cloaking,
game would be
and
gathered,
cloaking is broken
traded,
in
processed,
the
and utilized
remasters.
by players
So
with no
I have yet
management
to get
from the
back to it.
company. Like their board game Hytespiel, the first line in the design document read, "Death is a serious matter," and, invoking biblical language, this game world was given the name New Eden. When development began in earnest, the company had approximately 20 people, most of them from Oz Virtual, while most others were direct contacts of the initial members from Oz, including some whose relationship had been made by playing Ultima Online with them, another early MMORPG. One of the most challenging aspects of creating EVE would be its scaling. Rather than splitting the player base into multiple different instances to reduce the load on servers, the team decided that they would place everyone in the world onto a single massive instance, or game world, with thousands of stars, using different servers for different in-game regions. In an interview with gaming magazine IGN, the lead designer and art director, Rainier Harderson, said, quote, "I would say the hardest thing to implement must be the server backend. Apart from that, the biggest challenges in doing EVE would be that there are so many things that we are doing in the game that have never been done before. This means that there are a lot of
Sounds
conceptual
familiar.
problems that we have had to solve without having any reference to in previous games. For instance, when we started out, the only third-person space game we had seen was Homeworld, and that was a real-time strategy game. So that meant that we had no reference whatsoever in how to navigate spaceships from a third-person viewpoint. Another example are uncertainties that rise due to the technical limitation of being a massively multiplayer game. How is collision detection handled on the server? How will the physics model run? Will real solar system sizes work in the game? Yes, they do, to an accuracy of 30 centimeters. Million security issues, etc." End quote. During production, the team decided upon an iterative process which, while effective, was arduous.
Early on, we saw immediately that this couldn't be done in one go. So we decided to do 11 games, basically. We would do EVE 11 times over, each version progressively moving forward to the main goal, but not trying to do EVE in one step. So the first step was very simple, just get
I didn't know that
basic
EVE was
file
that
server, get
old.
it up and running, and then we moved over to having a 3D client, and then we added all the content which had been created, and then we sort of added on and on. Probably did a total rewrite 5 times, and partial rewrites about 6 times. And for each rewrite we did, there were always some components which were good enough to make it across the rewrites. But the first 5 versions were almost rewrites from complete scratch.
That's
Still,
nuts.
the developers determined that they would be able to overcome this and every other challenge in due course and with time to spare. Their confidence, however, would prove misplaced. At first, the team at CCP
That's what every
believed that they
programmer
could deliver the
every
game
programmer
in late
thinks.
2001 or early 2002, but as the date approached, the conclusion quickly became that they would need twice as much time to complete the first iteration of EVE. With no other recourse in mid-2002, CCP called a company-wide meeting and informed their staff that there was no more money remaining and that they were unable to procure any further investors for the moment. Despite this, driven by faith in the project, some of the members of the team stated that they would continue working to finish EVE. According to Hilmar, quote, There was a turning point, I think, around the time the company was running out of money, which I think gave people this belief. We kind of had this feeling, whoa, we might actually pull this off. Of course, we believed, but there's a difference between believing and hoping, a turn from hope to belief. End quote. This team would continue work while management scrambled to find more investment money. After 3 months without pay, the company was able to reach a deal with Simon & Schuster, a publishing house primarily known for books, who was attempting to expand into the field of games. This company offered to provide the funding necessary for CCP to finish their game, but the development speed necessary would be extreme. For nearly a year, the employees would all work brutal hours, sometimes 100 hours a week, desperately attempting to finish the game before the money ran out again. It was during this period that a small cadre of players were able to test a limited version of the game for the first time. For many, the concept of Eve and its simulated world of New Eden were a dream made manifest. While Eve promised many possibilities, there was no prescribed definition for success, leaving players to define success and failure for themselves. Eager to explore this sandbox, space game enthusiasts congregated online to have a chance at testing the game early. Game development is often divided into 3 phases. An alpha stage, where the developers are still experimenting with mechanics and features, a beta stage, where the game's core mechanics have been determined and the developers are seeking to refine their game, and a final release to the general public. Some studios allow and encourage prospective players to have access to the game during the alpha and beta stages to test features and search for bugs in order to, theoretically, have a more polished release, and this practice is especially common for space games, whose players are particularly enthusiastic, often spending significant amounts of both time and money on their hobby. And here, the space game enthusiasts found a system ripe for exploration and experimentation. The first and most important aspect of each ship was its hull, which conferred different benefits depending on its size and specialization. Among myriad other smaller factors, each hull also had its own capacitor, which, like mana or stamina in other games, would be depleted as the ship performed actions, such as firing weapons, repairing allies, or mining asteroids. But in order to perform these actions, the ships had to be equipped with components, and each hull had a certain number of slots for these components, which were divided into 3 types: high-power slots, mid-power slots, and low-power slots. The high-power slots were typically where the most defining parts of a ship were located. Here could be found every kind of physically damaging weaponry, such as lasers and projectile turrets, as well as logistical components which allowed ships to repair one another in the middle of combat. The mid-power slots were where ships received much of their utility. For example, most ships were fitted with propulsion modules, which consumed power in order to drastically increase speed. The tools to ensnare targets were also placed in mid-power slots, including stasis webifiers and warp disruptors, which were necessary for preventing an opponent from escaping. Low-power slots were usually used to help support a ship in its given role. For example, a cargo ship might have fitted inertial stabilizers in order to travel more quickly and evade targets, while a tougher combat ship would fit components to further strengthen its armor or actively repair itself. Many mid and low power slots simply offered passive benefits to the ship, such as reducing incoming damage with no capacitor cost. However, each ship also had power grid and CPU limitations, meaning that a player could not simply fit the most powerful components. Rather, they had to carefully balance the different components to create the most powerful combinations for the lowest cost possible. Once completed, flying the ship itself was a relatively simple matter. Nearby objects could be selected in a window on the screen, allowing them to approach it, orbit it, keep it at range, or target it. Targeting a ship allowed the player to attack, heal, recharge, or disrupt it with whatever modules it had equipped. In order to use these ships and modules, the player's character would need the requisite skill points, which could only be gained passively over time, even when the player was logged out of the game, ensuring a more even distribution of progression for players. Numerous space game enthusiasts petitioned CCP for access, and those who were granted their request began probing EVE and making plans for when their friends, clanmates, and companions could join them and multiply their strength upon the launch of the game world. EVE had not yet been released, but already the struggle for dominion and survival in New Eden had begun.
Ah, shit. Ah! I'm not.
Despite EVE's unwelcoming nature, the
100
promise
seconds.
of such a cinematic multiplayer experience was enticing to a wide breadth of players
Okay.
and drew a significant audience.
Alright, hold on. Alright. Alright. Let me assume get in position. Alright. Like to pick on Bug? I mean, you should. Okay, 1 second. Alright, I'm going to the floor. Going to the floor. There we go. There's no way I'm making this whole thing, but I'll try. Fuck. Alright. 4 seconds. This is horrible. If I keep going, I'm gonna get sick. Ah. What? I am in pain. Alright, 1 second. Fuck. Where's my timer? Where's my timer? Sorry. Okay. I feel like you overestimated how easy it would be to plank. Yeah, me too. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna change that to a D6. I can probably do that right now. I'll just have to edit some stuff later. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. D6. Alright, it is now a D6. And I gotta remember to change the description and everything. No, you cannot roll again right away. I gotta update the description and everything. But yeah. I cannot do a fucking 2-minute squat or a 2-minute plank. Jesus Christ. The first person rolled an 11 and then you rolled a 10. That is insane. I wanted to account for people like getting unlucky. But holy shit. Okay. Let me put this back on.
Audience long before it had been released. Starting on October 24th, 2002, a blurb appended to news releases would proclaim that the game would, quote, allow up to 100,000 gamers to compete simultaneously across a full 3D galaxy of 5,000 solar systems. Currently, EVE Online is in Phase 3 of beta testing, with thousands of gamers playtesting the game daily, trading in more than 300 fan and player corporation sites. To date, there are more than 80,000 gamers signed up for the beta test, and at least 50,000 are estimated to participate before the game is launched. Just like in the real world, money will be the commodity of choice. Players can earn cash by accepting work from non-player characters who will reward gamers with cash which can be traded for goods or other items. Also, gamers can earn money by working for a corporation. These corporations are comprised of gamers who have pooled their resources and are working together to dominate the universe. To date, there are more than 200 corporations already established, even though EVE Online has not yet been published. These corporations have elaborate web pages detailing infrastructure, location, business models, and mission statements. End quote. While this blurb emphasized competition in EVE Online, many were more excited about the concept of participating in a perpetually running economy, where the goods that they harvested or created would be actively used by other players.
It is really free form. You can choose from a lot of possibilities. You can be a market operator, you can be a transporter, miner, you can operate a factory, you can research, you can operate a big corporation. You can have careers within a corporation about being by being the military arm or being the accountant of corporation. And the current games.
Yes, I want to be an accountant for a gamer guild. That sounds dreadful.
EVE sort of focuses on building a society.
I respect the vision, but that sounds fucking horrible.
At first, these news releases announced that the game would be launched in March of 2003, but again, the studio needed a delay. In a press release, the art director Rainier Harderson stated that, quote, "We have always stood firm on the commitment to release EVE only when we felt it was time. Although the game is nearly finished, we felt it would be best to hold off an additional 6 weeks. This will allow us to fully optimize the performance of our new server cluster, implement features we have promised, and continue testing to assure the elimination of bugs that would interfere with the player's ability to enjoy the EVE experience to its fullest potential." End quote. These delays likely made prospective players nervous. Space games at the time had a notorious history of ever-extending delays and under-delivering on promised features. However, the iterative nature of MMOs such as EVE meant that any missing features could be added later, and because many players were able to test the game early, they could see how many features were being tested and what would likely be available. As promised, the team at CCP were able to meet their release goal and had sent the client to be printed by their partners for physical release in late April. And finally, on May 6th, 2003, players were able to play the final release of the game, which featured a total of 5,201 star systems. But those who had participated in the alpha and beta were not novices. Their months spent testing the game had given them significantly more knowledge and experience than those entering New Eden for the first time, and they had spent months strategizing with one another to decide how their first hours, days, and weeks would be utilized in order to make the most money and establish their presence most solidly. As a cheeky nod to their home country, the abbreviation for Icelandic kroner and the game's currency, interstellar credits, was the same: ISK. Many of the most organized groups scattered away from one another and prepared to lay claim to their own territory. However, they could not simply do so anywhere. EVE's star systems are connected in a web-like pattern with stargates, which may be used to traverse from one star to the next. In the center of this vast web is Empire Space, an area controlled by the non-player empires where people may fly their ships in relative safety. The safety afforded to players is determined by the star's security level, given a rating anywhere between 0 and 1, divided into 3 basic categories: high security, low security, and null security, or as they are typically called, high sec, low sec, and null sec. In high security space, the Empire police forces, named Concord, would intervene in any aggression between players, affording some level of safety in these areas. In contrast, aggression would not summon protection in low security space, but the offending players would be granted a suspect status that would make them a target both for players and Empire forces. However, for the groups looking to establish their own presence in space, the most tantalizing area was nullsec, surrounding Empire space in a large ring. Here, there were no laws, no rules, and no protections, other than whatever the players could enforce, and many were eager to establish themselves in this new and vast frontier, rich in the most valuable resources. But holding on to these regions would require work and coordination, and so, the corporations that had organized before the release of the game began to establish themselves in particular regions of space that they found enticing. The factors involved in these choices varied from proximity to Empire space to what resources were available. First, though, the corporations would require ships, and to buy and equip these ships, they would need resources and money. While the EVE developers wanted to provide a world where the trade of goods was managed almost entirely by players, they realized that in the early stages of the game, no player economy would be established yet, and so they allowed non-player characters to buy and sell some of these commodities in order to stimulate the player economy. This provided an early revenue stream to players, who quickly devised a plan to make significant amounts of capital during this crucial early stage. This plan was based around the daily server downtime, which occurred at 11 a.m. UTC. Andrew Groen detailed what he called the merchant races in his seminal work on the history of New Eden named Empires of Eve. Quote, "Back in the earliest days of EVE, one of the best ways to make money was by buying and selling commodities in different markets across the game. Later, EVE would place all of its emphasis on a player-controlled market, but in the early days, players could buy items and wares from characters in stations all over the game and then sell them elsewhere. What resulted was a daily series of early morning races along the most profitable trade routes. Merchants would log in as quickly as possible after the server came back online from the daily maintenance shutdown and fly down the trade routes to the most profitable destinations." End quote. Trading was far from the only profession that players were looking to exploit. The factories required to build ships in EVE were a limited resource, and so, upon the release of the game, players scrambled to buy these factories as quickly as possible. However, there was an issue. Due to its worldwide release, players in the UK were able to purchase the physical copies of the game before anyone else, and therefore they could buy the factories much earlier than anywhere in the world. These buyers were more than just hopeful industrialists. Many of the factories had been purchased by real estate speculators, hoping to sell these factories for a higher price with no intention of constructing ships. According to early player Ramin Shahrazad, quote, "Within days of the retail launch, all factories had been bought up and idled by speculators, who were charging $300 to $400 per factory, without any way of knowing if they really owned the factory or not."
Yeah, this
End
sounds
quote.
like a fucking
If speculators were
2000s
idling the
MMO.
factories, then that meant fewer ships, restricting players from accessing the core mechanics of the game. This illustrated two challenges that the developers of EVE now faced. Managing
Real
a
estate
complicated
investors a
economy
plague
to
even
keep the
online?
game
Yeah, I
fun
mean, it's
and
basically just
interesting,
fucking scalpers.
and struggling against the black market. Black market economies for MMOs like EVE are not only common, but inevitable. While developers typically will include clauses in their terms of service that stipulate against it, players are usually undeterred from trading in-game assets for real-world currency, and the consequences for doing so only tend to involve an easily circumvented ban, which is only implemented if they're caught. And so, many of the factories intended to fabricate ships for players remained dormant upon the release of the game. But this was far from the only problem that new players faced. Those who purchased EVE Online with little foreknowledge were met with a game full of promise, yet strangely empty. Played primarily through various menus, it was difficult for new players to decipher what their next steps would be. What's more, the game world was almost preposterously massive, especially for the time, and players were spread thinly across New Eden. But according to Hilmar Pettersson in an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, this was in part by design. Quote, "EVE is about people sailing into the starry night in ships. That's sort of the inception story of Iceland, Vikings escaping taxation from Norway and hoping that there's a new land somewhere. You can just imagine being on a quiet ocean in the night, looking at the night sky, sailing on a Viking ship. EVE definitely has those kinds of feelings. You can look up and see the Milky Way, and so the inception of the game and the country are not far apart. Iceland is this place that really wants to kill you. You get the very distinct feeling of that when you're a child growing up there. There's volcanoes, there's lava, there are earthquakes, there are freezing gale winds unpredictably any month of the year. It's a very hostile environment. EVE is like that. It has the toughest environment, but to some extent, the nicest people. People in Iceland are nice because we've been forced to learn how to cooperate, because the people who didn't cooperate are already frozen to the ground.
A
EVE is
brutal
kind of like
MMO
that.
with the
It
nicest
forces
people.
you to
I
cooperate with
really
others
do
because
not.
alone, you can't really
I
achieve
don't
your
know,
full
bro.
potential
You were
in
just
EVE.
telling us about
It
the real
pushes
estate
you to
investor.
connect with others. There are aspects of the game that almost
Sure, the devs
intentionally
would have
make
liked
you
it that
feel
way,
lonely when you're alone. And that creates the foundation of the friendship machine, as we call it, this forced cooperation due to the hostileness of the environment and, later on, other players. That has created a very strong bond between people that play together in the game." End quote. This forced cooperation manifested as new players quickly gathering together for safety in this alien game world. While numerous small corporations endeavored to eventually take and hold nullsec territory, it was much easier in this early stage for players to base their operations in Empire space and venture out into nullsec to gather valuable resources from these unprotected systems, then return with a haul and sell or utilize what they gathered. But with so many players traveling through nullsec, a clear method of generating profit emerged, one that played into the fantasies of many science fiction enthusiasts.
The nicest people, man, was practicing to
Piracy.
become a
Traveling
politician.
together in small bands, pirates began roving the common lanes that miners and traders would take from Empire space through nullsec, seeking quarries. To do so, pirates would designate one or more of their group members to act as a tackler, tasked with ensnaring their target, and to do so, they would outfit their ship with specific modules. First was the stasis webifier, which, when applied to a target, would reduce their speed, making it nearly impossible to evade weapons fire. Second, and most important in a pirate's arsenal, was the warp disruptor, which, true to its name, would prevent a ship from entering faster than light travel and escaping. Both of these components would be placed in the mid-power slots, making the tackler more vulnerable than its compatriots, and so it would rely upon its allies while engaging a target. This, however, would often be unnecessary, as traders and miners were frequently unfamiliar with combat, making them easy prey. To counteract this, these more peaceful players would chart new routes and learn tricks to evade pirates, initiating an ever-evolving game of cat and mouse. An early player named Nightfreeze recounted their experience on their first trading run, shipping goods that they had bought with weeks' worth of ISK. Quote, "At the time, I naively believed that any security rating above 0.0 would be safe because nobody would be ballsy enough to dare provoke the wrath of the 5-0 in space. I turned out to be wrong. I knew that something was wrong when my ship started to beep and a red target lock cursor appeared in the horizon with the name Deathbringer. The beeping accelerated and a red square appeared around my ship. Since I hadn't even bothered trying to fight a training pirate yet, I had no idea what the hell was going on. He sent a message to me, 250k or die. I responded to him, okay, the sweat dripping down my armpits past my side and accumulating in a little puddle at the edge of my shirt. 5 or more seconds must have passed as I fumbled for the micro warp drive hotkey, and just as they started to warm up, the first missile slammed into my ship. The warp gate was 15,000 meters away. I had to be within 800 meters to pass through it, and I was currently flying at about 300 meters per second. A second missile exploded against the hull, bringing down my shields and tearing apart my hull. I knew that if one more missile hit me, my ship would be nothing more than space debris, and this who couldn't even spell death correctly would have access to all I had worked for. Come on, you fucking pieces of shit, I shouted at the monitor. My dog started to bark in the background, but I could barely hear it. The only thing that mattered was the gate, because I knew that if I had lost that cargo, all my week's worth of hard work and all my finely tuned bullshit would be down the drain.
Gotta name it something like Tail or Queen,
I hadn't used the micro warp drive since the night before and forgot about just how powerful they were. I was now shooting toward the warp gate at 3.5 kilometers per second, and all Deathbringer had to account for his 2 expensive missiles was a trail of dust. If you're reading this
Please
right
don't
now,
say
Jeff,
that again.
I'd like to give you a hearty you. I arrived at the specified star base
was
in
it
the
not
Galente
adorable
region, my
and
ship battered
sexy
and
or
bruised,
whatever?
and my ego several sizes smaller. I sold the computer hardware for a total of 3.7 million credits. The hull repairs amounted to 100k. I felt my heart with my left hand. It was still pulsing rapidly, and the realization that I had netted 600,000 credits in 25 minutes, along with a healthy dose of action, sent it shooting up even further. I did several more trade routes that morning, and by 9 a.m., my credit count read 5,780,000 credits. End quote. No matter what tricks were discovered,
I didn't believe in
however,
God till I heard
piracy
Emmy speak
remained a
Uwu
lucrative
speak,
trade
and I
due to the
didn't
heavy
know who to
traffic in
turn
the
to.
lanes used to haul ore. Because of the distances involved in
Yeah, I was just
transporting
reading what
ore
you
from
read or what
nullsec
you
to
typed
Empire
out.
space and little safe way to store it during the process, a mining operation would often consist of one mining ship to pull the ore from the asteroids and 5 or more transport ships to haul it back to Empire space, all of which were easy targets. Soon, piracy was lucrative enough for the first pirate gangs to lay claim to territory in nullsec. Outfitted with
shit like
various
this
combat ships, they
is what
moved
makes me
into the
worry
most
about the
valuable
future
star
of
systems,
space games.
seeking flighty
'Cause,
mining
like,
and transport ships.
I'll watch
On
like a
occasion,
devlog or
groups of
something
pirates would
with
find
like,
trade
oh, this
routes
is EVE Online.
frequented
This
by
is
the
like
more
the whole
economy-minded
ass history
players
of
and
EVE
performed
Online.
one of the most feared
But I'll see
and
like
most
a
obnoxious
Star Citizen
practices
dev or
for those in
something
Empire
outlining
space.
like a feature that they're
gate camp,
planning,
essential for
and
transit between systems.
they're
Stargates also
explaining
acted
how
as
they
choke
like
points for
expect it to
players
work and how they
exploit,
want
as their
players
only
to
lever is
interact,
one
and I'm just
linking two
like,
systems together.
bro, you
And
clearly
so,
have not seen
pirates would
how
often wait
players
at
in these space
combined
games are.
ingress and
Like,
egress points in low security space.
players in these
waiting
games
for
are fucking
unsuspecting
brutal,
players
and
to
they will
appear and
exploit any
destroying their
system
ship,
to hell and
sometimes
back
before
if
they
you
could
give them the
even load
chance.
the new system. Eventually, CCP were forced to add auto turrets onto
Griefing is
stargates to
always a huge
prevent
problem.
routes
Yeah,
from
exactly.
being
Like, people will
blockaded for
exploit
long
this shit to hell and
stretches
back,
of time.
sometimes just to,
In
like,
the
fuck with
months
people.
following the release of the
And
game,
other times because they can make
CCP
money
was
off of it.
also able to address
So it's
the
just
issue
like,
of those who had bought
sometimes someone
factories
will,
for
like, put a
resale by
very naive
relatively
design
simple
doc, and they're like,
method.
oh yeah, we
In
want our
order to keep
players
a
to just
factory, the player
work this
holding it
way, and
would be
we think
forced
our
to pay
players
a
will be able to do
regular
this. Like,
maintenance fee
I
for
just
it,
lean in,
relative to
and
the
I'm like,
amount of money that could potentially be made from its
you are
output.
giving them far
In
too
essence,
much
a
freedom,
land
because if you
value
give
tax.
them this freedom,
Just
they
as in the
will
real
use it
world,
to
this
ruin
made the
people's
factories a
days.
significant financial burden to speculators who weren't using them, leveraging the speculators to either begin producing ships or sell the factories to someone who would. In short order, the factories were serving their intended purpose. The game hadn't even been live for 3 months, and already CCP was being forced to adjust their game to contend with the space game enthusiasts, notorious for exploiting any system that they could as a part of their fun, while simultaneously attempting to complete the systems that they had intended for the game, and these new systems promised to create even more unforeseen and perhaps unmanageable problems.
Yeah, whenever someone is, like, optimistic about implementing a system in an MMO, I'm just like, if you're not thinking of the worst possible thing a player can do with this, you're not designing it right. Like, MMO systems need to, like, in
Over the
single player,
following
you could just
months,
do
the
stuff
more
because it's
adventurous
cool. You know,
corporations
in
began
single
to
player, you can just
establish
add stuff
themselves
because
in
you only have to
Nosec,
account
and
for one player.
already the
And
diplomatic situations
having a fun
in
time is all
different
that matters.
regions were developing
But
in
as soon as you
distinct
are
ways.
working in a
These
multiplayer
early groups
MMO
of
space,
players, typically
you need
no
to think
more than a
worst
few
case
dozen
scenario
people, would
first.
form the first alliances
Since space
with
games are
one
economy
another
based,
to
I don't think it's
stave
even
off
possible to create a
competition,
balanced game because
typically
money almost
naming
always
themselves
loses
after
meaning in
the
games.
region of space
Yeah,
that
there
they
is
inhabited.
always the problem. I
In
mean,
this
that's not just
early
space
stage of
games,
the
that's
game,
MMOs.
there was
Like,
no
every
way for
MMO
players to officially lay claim
gets,
to
like,
territory, but over a decade
horribly, like,
later,
the economy
user
gets
drawin
horribly
would
inflated.
resurrect information
And
that had
it's, like,
largely been lost by
basic,
trawling
like,
through long-abandoned
equipment
forum
ends up
threads
being
and speaking with
super
numerous
fucking
leaders from the
expensive.
time, and
Just
by doing so,
because,
he
yeah,
managed
money
to
doesn't
chart
fucking matter
early
anymore.
Nullsec. To the southeast was the pirate nation of the Curse Alliance, who frequently warred with the rigid
Yeah,
and
you heard shit's
authoritarian
expensive,
Stain
Maggie.
Alliance. To
Yeah,
the
I know
west
what
and the
you
north
heard.
were the Fountain
I know what you
Alliance,
heard,
the
you
Coalition
gremlin.
of
Yeah,
Free
we're talking
Stars,
about
and
prices,
Venal
you
Alliance, which
dinkus.
boasted more
But yeah,
democratic
I have
systems
never
of
played
governance
an
between their
MMO more than, like,
constituent
a year or two
corporations,
old
while a
that has
significant
not had
contingent
a
of
complete
players
joke
sought
of an
to take
economy.
and
And
hold
the thing
territory in
is, like,
Nullsec, most
if you
made their
want
home in
to
Empire space, though
if you want to
maintaining
have a
Nullsec presence
anywhere
was
near a
lucrative,
balanced
it was
economy in
also
any
difficult
MMO.
and
Hold on, I'm gonna pause this
time-consuming.
for 2 seconds so I can go on a little tangent. So here's the thing. So if you want to have anywhere near a balanced economy in an MMO, then you need money sinks. You need things that take money out of the economy permanently. Because in every MMO, there's always going to be, like, missions and NPCs and things like that that are generating money out of nothing. If all money was doing was, like, changing hands between players and there was, like, no new money being created, it would probably retain its value a little better. But when you've got millions of players all doing missions that generate money from scratch, then you're printing money. The value of the money is just going to go down. That is just how that works. That's just economics. Uh, so you need to have, like, fees. You need to have, like, oh, you want to travel, you need to pay money, or you need to do this, you need to pay money. You want to, like, have more gear, you need money. You need insurance to insure it or whatever. You need ways to take money away from players and make it go away. And ideally, you need to have those things be able to be flexible so that if people are, yeah, you gotta have MMO taxes. And ideally, you gotta have those things be flexible. So if a lot of players are doing missions, they're generating a lot of money, then you need to take more money out. Otherwise, you're just gonna blow up your economy and your money's gonna be worthless. But then players will complain, yeah, exactly. Like, nobody wants to get hit with the MMO income tax. Nobody wants to fucking get hit with the MMO travel tax. You don't want to be paying landing costs and insurance costs and maintenance costs for in your space game. But you need to or the economy is going to be so fucking busted. And that's what I've seen in like a lot of different games is like a lot of games will start out like that. Like here's an example. Star Wars Galaxies. When Star Wars Galaxies started, the only way to get from like to cover long distances quickly was to buy tickets to shuttles. And to get from planet to planet, you'd have to buy like an interstellar transport ticket, and it would cost like not a ton of money. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't a lot, but it would be constantly subtracting a little bit of money from players. And then they released an expansion where you got your own spaceships, which was cool, but it let you circumvent all those costs and just go from planet to planet for free. So one of the biggest credit sinks in the game was gone, and then of course the fucking economy went to shit. It was gonna go to shit anyway. They didn't have near enough credit sinks to begin with, but like, uh, if you don't take out the money you're generating, the value is gonna go down. That's just like supply and demand. That's just how that is just like economics 101. But yeah, it's hard to do it in a way that players won't bitch at you because everyone, on the other hand, everyone plays a game to have fun. They want to keep their money, they want to keep their rewards, they want to be able to get rich and get cool stuff. And especially if you're gonna have like high value stuff that's expensive to acquire, then yeah, of course it's gonna feel fucking bad to lose a bunch of your money because that big, huge goal you're working towards gets further away. Then again, no one wants to be poor in an online game too. They want to be rich at least online. Yeah, exactly. Like everybody wants to keep their rewards. They want to be rich. They want to keep their money. But at the same time, like if that economy gets out of control, then every new player is gonna feel fucking broke as shit because they're not gonna be able to afford anything. Because the prices of everything are going to skyrocket because of your stupid inflated economy. So no one's gonna be able to get anything. And so once again, like the people who are in at the beginning will probably be rolling in it, and then the people who are brand new are going to get fucked over. Still can eventually get inflated if there's no money sink. Yeah, exactly. You have to design that stuff in. I think like I don't think there's a way that you can do that hands off. I think at the end of the day, you need to have somebody who can flip switches and be like, hey, players are generating a shit ton of money. We can see the total money in the system. It's going way up. We need to like turn up the fucking tax rate or something. Or like, you know, some in-game event that like, oh, the fucking meteor crashed into our fucking bank or something and now the taxes went up. We gotta fix it. I don't know. Like you need some way to justify taking money from players or that's gonna happen. You ever heard about how Neopets solved evolution by implementing new laws? For more info, Google Neopets Inflation Rule 34. Classic. Anyway, yeah, I'll put this back up. But yeah, economics are like a constant issue in MMOs, and it's interesting because it's kind of a microcosm of a society, and you get to see some of those same problems come up, and just like society, the solutions are unpopular. Yeah, but we live in a virtual society.
And for most, this was a distraction
Second Life
from
has
the
its
more
own
specific
economy.
activities
Like that was a
which
small
drew
country.
them
It used to
Eve.
cost money to
This also
teleport.
meant that much of the money within the player
Imagine if a game had
economy
money
was
where you
held in
couldn't
Empire space.
buy
And
the
so,
in-game money. I
even
mean, a lot of
nullsec
games have that. A lot
powers
of
would
games
have
don't
to
let you buy the
enter this
in-game
sacred
money, but
territory
they'll still
and
get
trade
the
with
economy will still
players
get fucked
there,
up.
though many nullsec dwellers found them
Did you hear about the
tepid.
big EVE
For the
Online war that kind of
industrialists,
balanced out the
trading with
economy in a
Empire
while, or
space
for a
was
while?
not only efficient,
I guess
but
I guess that is a decent example of a money sink, isn't it? A whole bunch of fucking ships get blown up in a war, and it costs like $5 trillion or some shit. I'm sure that would make all the money a little bit more valuable, huh? Oh man, this is just like a talk stream now. We're back to talking about taxes. Hey, look, if this is as comfy as a dog stream, I'll take that as a compliment.
necessary. While the most valuable materials were in nullsec,
Yeah, like I watch a
the
lot of
basic materials
Star Citizen
required for all
devlogs because
ships
I'm
could only
internally
be
praying
found
that
in
that game
Empire
comes
space.
out and is
And
good.
so,
Because if
it
it
was
does,
impossible
it'll
to
be
maintain
my
a
kind of
nullsec
game.
presence without some
But
sort
there's
of
so much
supply line
potential
of
to
high
screw
sec
up
and
stuff
low
like
sec.
this.
This meant that
These
two
are the things
worlds
no
of
one thinks
Eve,
about
while
in
in
game
most
design.
ways separate, were fundamentally tied to one another. And while the flow
Star
of
Citizen will never
resources
come out,
between
we'll
the two
see.
was
I hope
imperative,
you're
the
wrong,
most stark
but
example
yeah,
of
you
this
might be right.
interplay was illustrated in the mercenary
She's got me drooling
corporations.
for it. There's a
Varying
quote.
widely in terms of background, these mercenaries would take contracts to harangue whatever target was desired, and during this early stage, their prices were often cheap, with the thrill of the fight being a part of the reward. The people or corporation issuing the contract could also be kept secret at their behest.
Not until they
and
stop
in
getting
this way,
pre-release money.
competitors
Yeah, I
could be
am
weakened
worried
or eliminated
about.
without any fighting
I'm
on
worried about the
part of
marketing
the buyer.
department.
Pirate gangs were eager
Marketing
to
department
loan
is
out their
fucking shady.
services for interstellar credits, but
And
many of them
they do
were
kind of have
unaccustomed
like
to
a fucking
attacking
golden
targets that
goose
fought
there.
back, and so a niche began
I don't know
to
how they'll be
develop
able to
for
prevent the
players who
veterans
had
from absolutely
experienced
destroying
not only
newbies.
trapping vulnerable targets,
Yeah,
but engaging
it's.
in proper fleet-based combat. As the
I mean,
demand
one thing that
increased,
helps is like
various
even if
new
you own a
mercenary
big super
groups
cool
were
ship,
beginning to form,
you're
often
gonna
out
need
of
people to help
ragtag
you run
clusters
it.
of players who
But
were more familiar
there's
with the
still,
praxis of combat
I
than
don't know.
theory.
Yeah,
But
you're
sometimes
gonna
it
run
is
into some of
simply
those
enough
same
for a
problems
player
with
to
that
be
game too.
familiar with combat to disrupt
Some
the
of the
supply
stuff
lines
is
of
looking
more
like it's gonna be similar to Eve, like the
economy-oriented
security of
corporations, and
space and the
allow their
responses
competitors
and
to
stuff
surpass
like
them.
that.
Such aggression meant that
So
most every
I'm curious
corporation
how
needed
that's
to be
going to
prepared for a
shake
fight,
out
and
if
so
it gets into
they
the
began
wild.
to learn the methods by which to defend themselves, along with
Really
hiring
want
their
people
own
transportation?
mercenaries to protect
Maggie wants
their
to be a
ships,
space taxi
meaning
driver.
that anyone paid to disrupt another corporation had to expect pushback. While miners often weren't familiar with the finer points of combat, many already had the
Can't
most
believe we'll
important
be able to
equipment
work for other
necessary to
players, just
participate.
like IRL.
A
That's the thing that scares me about
During this
Eve.
time,
Like,
there were
Eve
no
takes its
ships
like
dedicated to
corporate shit
mining,
very
and so
seriously.
miners chose
And
the
I'm like,
ships with
I
the
don't
most available high
think
slots
I
for
want to
mining
be in that
lasers.
kind of
A
world. I don't
particular
think I want
favorite
to take
was
it
the
that
Apocalypse,
seriously.
which boasted 8 high slots and a
If it
large
has that, I don't care
capacitor.
if the game is
All the
crap. Well,
miners
we'll
had
have
to
to.
do
We'll
was
just have to
trade their
see.
mining equipment
That's the
for
nature of
weapons,
crowdfunded
and they were
projects. You
ready
never
to
really
defend
fucking know until it
themselves
gets
in a
out
minimal
there.
fashion. What had once effectively been paid piracy was more and more becoming obsolete, and in its place was mercenary work. Among these early mercenaries were a few corporations that attracted attention. Unparalleled were the Masters of Ownage, or Mu, who had become infamous after their gate
Also,
camp
can't
in
have a
Mara
space
and
game without
Kasari
piracy, but
that
that's
shut
just
down
griefing.
trade
It
in
kind
the
of
north for
depends.
weeks. But there were a few
Because
smaller
if you
corporations
have
that were beginning to
piracy,
gain a
that can
reputation,
be.
namely Body
It can
Count
be
Inc.
done in a way
This
that is
group,
less
led by the
just griefing.
charismatic Celine, was
If
one
you're
of
not
the
just
first
like
to dedicate all of their
dicking over
corporation's
players just
time to
because, like, if you
handling
take their
mercenary
shit and like don't
contracts.
kill them
And while
or
they
like don't
accepted
completely
paltry
ruin their
sums to
fucking day,
begin, their fees grew as both the
that
demand
also
for
gives people
mercenaries
reasons to
and
be
the
bounty
demand for
hunters and
Body
shit.
Count
It's
Inc. increased. But as
and if
mercenary
it's
corporations fought one another,
if you
there
can
was a
keep
surprising
piracy
effect.
to low
Since
and
warfare
low sec
never resulted in
areas
the permanent
without
deaths
having
of
it
any of the
bleed into
players,
like the
it
areas
was
that are
possible
supposed to be
fight
safe,
against particular
it's all
enemies
about like how you
repeatedly,
communicate
and
that
as they
risk,
did,
right?
they grew
Like you
familiar
need
with one
to
another,
communicate
especially
to the
those who could
players
fight
what they're getting
exceptionally
into.
well. Such
If you
exemplary
know that you're
pilots
going
would
into an
sometimes
area where there
impress their
could be
enemies
pirates
so
and
much
you
that
accept
they
that
would be
risk,
invited to join
it's
those
going
they had
to
fought.
be it's going to
And
feel a
so,
lot less
a
like
core
briefing
tenet
than
of
if
EVE
you
Online was
get
discovered.
jumped
In
in
the
high
words of
security
Serene,
space, right?
quote, "The
Like,
best way to recruit people
acknowledging the
is by
risk
shooting
makes
them."
it
And so,
less
the best
fucking
pilots in
disappointing.
the game began to conglomerate
Also
into
means players
groups
could prepare
and
better.
charge hefty prices
So I
for their
think a
services,
lot of
prices that
how
corporations
well
were more than willing
games
to
like
pay
this
in
are
this
going to
key moment
how like
in
how
the
they're gonna
history of
feel
the economy of
just
EVE.
comes down to
During
like,
the
do
production
you
of
have
the
a good
game,
map?
one of
Does
the
your map
envisioned
show where
goals
people
in
have been
EVE
attacked
Online was
recently?
that of a trader,
Does
traveling
your map
from location
communicate
to
where the
location
security
in order
is?
to
Does your
find places to
map
buy goods
communicate
low
like what
and
areas are
sell
risky,
high
what
based
areas
on
are
an
low risk?
asymmetry of information. Players would
And like
only
how
be
you
able
can
to
maybe
see
get
the
around
goods
that
on
risk.
offer in their current
So,
region.
but if you don't communicate that shit, then players just have no idea what to expect, and when they get grief, they're blindsided, and it's gonna ruin your fucking day. So
the need for a centralized hub of
a lot of
commerce
it just comes
grew.
down to like
In order to maximize
smart
visibility
system
and
design.
convenience, many chose one particular system from which to base their trade: ULI. ULI was a natural choice, given that it was a high-security system with the maximum value of 1, meaning that trading there was remarkably safe. but more importantly, it resided at the precise center of Empire space, making a trip to Yulai a reasonable distance no matter where a player was.
Space
Soon,
taxi
all
game.
manner of players were traveling to Yulai in order to buy and sell goods, and almost anything could be purchased there. This posed a problem. So many players in a system taxed the game servers heavily, and if too many people began to use Yulai as a trade hub, then the servers would be unable to accommodate them. But soon, an even greater existential threat to the game would appear.
Yeah, shit like this can ruin games if you're not careful. I mean, that's why you, like, if you're designing a game like this that affords players that level of freedom, you gotta be thinking ahead.
Toward the end of 2003, the deal that CCP had made with its publishing companies was concluding, but Simon & Schuster had no intention of renewing the deal, and so they reached an agreement that would return the publishing rights to the game developer. And while they had no infrastructure or connections to print physical copies of the game, CCP had another plan. On December 3rd, 2003, CCP made an announcement on their website. Quote, CCP, the developer of the highly acclaimed MMORPG title EVE Online, announced today that it has regained the publishing rights for the title worldwide and will start distributing it as a direct download from the internet. We are very pleased to be in a position where we can contribute equally
Yeah, we
to
designing
both
bad
development
games
and
in
publishing,
here.
says Ivor Chris Jensen, CEO of CCP.
Potentially.
We have reached an agreement with
Hearing
Simon
CCP
Schuster
over and over again
Incorporated and
is
Vivendi
hilarious because I keep thinking of
International regarding
China.
Canada and North America.
Cup, we were
as
watching
well as with
your
Crucial
history
Limited
earlier,
for
your
Europe.
your
We expect
biography,
the downloadable version to
the history
increase
of cup
global
noodles.
sales sharply. Our player base has been growing steadily since the launch of EVE Online in May. Our game servers are in good shape, and we are technically ready for much faster growth now, says Hilmar V. Pedersen, CCP's Chief Technical Officer. The player community is a great source of new ideas for the future development of the game. EVE Online is an evolving, living game, and we can't wait to see how the players will react to some of the new stuff we will be adding in the future. End quote. But this optimism was undermined by the problems that Yulai now presented. As mentioned previously, the game's server architecture was designed so that each region in the game world was managed by a different server. However, the newest processors at the time proved to be suboptimal for CCP's purposes, and so, even the latest CPU technologies wouldn't help to bolster their servers for the influx of players, specifically the growing population in Yulai. Theoretically, this could have been solved by changing the regions that each server managed and perhaps utilizing a specific server for Yulai, but with the volume of players that Yulai threatened to host, not even a dedicated server for that star system would be enough. What's more, players were beginning to discover exploits that threatened their faith in the game to function as it was intended. On March 3, 2004, a corporation named Zombies Inc. descended upon Yulai with a single Apocalypse battleship and a bevy of dedicated logistics ships, parking themselves near a Stargate, approximately where players would arrive when entering the system or approaching the gate to leave. The Apocalypse was equipped with a special kind of weapon, a smart bomb. When activated, this niche weapon would deal massive damage to everything within a certain distance of the user, whether ally or enemy. As soon as ships appeared, the pilot of the Apocalypse activated his smart bombs, and his targets were instantly destroyed. As Yulai was a system with a 1.0 security rating, Concord appeared almost instantly in order to destroy the offending player, but as soon as they did, the logistics ships began repairing it from just outside of the radius of the smart bombs as Concord ships approached and were destroyed in the successive blasts. Now, not only were hapless players being destroyed in Yulai, but so were the game's NPC police. While Concord attacked the Apocalypse battleship, the logistics ships were entirely ignored. This was due to an oversight that Zombies Inc. had discovered. While attacking another ship in Empire space would grant the player a wanted status and summon the police, repairing another ship
Holy
would
shit,
not,
terrorism.
even if the player receiving the repairs was wanted. Having estimated the damage output of Concord's ships, Zombies Inc. had brought just enough logistics capability to outpace the damage that Concord could deal, making the apocalypse practically invulnerable. Any players attempting to intervene by attacking the logistics ships would, in turn, be destroyed by Concord, since, by the game's definition, they were innocent. And so, they were able to continue their slaughter in Uli for an unrecorded period of time. Victims of Zombies
The
Inc.
Eve
went to the
Dark
forums to
Ages.
complain, and soon, even those who hadn't encountered the small fleet were complaining to the developers that trade through Uli, and therefore in much of the game, had been brought to a halt due to an exploit. CCP's game masters contacted the perpetrators and instructed them to cease. Zombies Inc. declined. A post made to the
They were
forum
like,
by the Game
"No."
Masters describes the incident in full. Quote, "As a lot of you are aware, a certain corp willingly exploited a fault in the game mechanics and managed to kill over 100 people in the supposedly secure Uli system last night. We have decreed that those who were the recipients of this heinous crime will be fully reimbursed for their
Yeah,
loss.
sometimes you gotta
If
get
you are
hands-on.
one of those who lost your belongings and still haven't petitioned us, please do so and we will see to it that your possessions are returned to you. The exploiters have received a ban for their efforts, and anyone thinking of following their example should be aware that the same fate awaits them. The GM team." End quote. While players were in general glad to have the Uli system cleared, this set a new precedent. With pompous rhetoric, the Game Masters declared that they would not allow players to bend the rules farther than CCP dictated, but how much was too much was left
Infamous as fuck, though,
unspecified.
yeah.
In this case, a rule was codified and enforced as an event was taking place, namely that players were not allowed to survive indefinitely against Concord in high security space. Anything that allowed them to do so would be considered an exploit, and therefore a bannable offense. However necessary it may have been, and however popular the decision may have been with players, it established the company in an adversarial role to many of its players, especially the ones most interested in experimentation. Though trade could once again travel through Uli, this did not lead to the rise of any powerful high-sec corporations due to a particular mechanic. While players were safe from wanton attacks from other players in high-sec space, and players in low-sec space were risking their lives by attacking other players, there was a way for players to attack one another safely, even while Concord was present. A war declaration. By paying a fee every week, a corporation could declare war against another and be granted the right to attack any of their ships on site, often referred to as bribing the police. This meant that, whenever a high-sec corporation became powerful enough, other corporations would band together to check it and prevent it from becoming too powerful and affecting a monopoly. Even so, there were enough individuals and small corporations trading out of Uli that the servers began to lag. This was not a difficult threshold to reach. Despite boasting about high potential player counts, EVE Online required less than 100 players to be present in the system before problems began to manifest. But as Crowd Control Productions was contending with Uli, the initial powers of nullsec were beginning to fracture, and soon, divisions would spark conflict that would push their server infrastructure to its limits.
Can't roll for planks. I'm in shambles. I wanted that 2-minute plank. Maggie rolled for it earlier. So it's probably still on cooldown. But I changed it to a fucking D6
To the
because
north, bad blood born
I
from
keep
the
getting.
early
They
wars
kept
over
rolling high,
sovereignty
and I
was
keep
beginning to
dying.
heat. Due to the global nature of the game, CCP realized that implementing a fair method of territory control would require something more complicated than a simple attack and hold method.
It says that it's
Otherwise,
available
a
at this
corporation could
second.
simply attack another
How much did
group's
Maggie roll? She
territory
rolled a
during
fucking
their
10,
off
so
hours,
almost
and
2
then
minutes.
A counterattack could be launched, enacting a never-ending back and forth which would discourage any sort of decisive conflict. Therefore, they designed the reinforcement system.
Fuck.
In order to capture a starbase, a faction would
Okay,
have
that's
to attack
40
it
seconds.
twice.
All right.
The first time, they would simply
Okay. Okay. But okay. All right. I'm going to the pain zone. Let me see. Fucking. Oh, hold on. I don't wanna dox myself. Don't dox me, Google. Okay. Boop. There we go. All right. Yeah. Okay. I was able to do the whole thing that time. Have good luck, Calvin. Thank you for making me suffer. Okay. Yeah, the D6 I can do. It's difficult, but I could do it. I'm like trembling. Like as soon as I start, I am like vibrating. Makes myself a plank redeem, uses it just to lie down and take a nap. I am in pain. Okay. Back to Eve.
simply be able to reduce its hull to 25%. Upon reaching this number, the starbase would enter reinforcement mode, during which it could not be damaged for a length of time contingent upon the amount of strontium fuel with which it had been equipped, with more strontium meaning a longer reinforcement period. Most importantly, since strontium gradually was depleted, the amount could be manipulated in order to bring the starbase out of reinforcement mode during active hours for the defending alliance. In this way, holding starbases was feasible without always having players online. But these stations were more than just static buildings. Player-owned stations, or POSes, were designed in such a way as to allow a defender an advantage. Most immediately, a station could be equipped with automatic weapons that required no player input, adding firepower to any defensive endeavor. Even unequipped, however, the stations still boasted a wide shield which could only be passed if the player had the correct password. While the station could be attacked from the outside, any ship within the shield could not, but similarly, any ship inside the shield could not attack any ship outside of it, granting a small armistice zone to which a defending fleet could retreat during a battle and placing an onus upon the attackers to either focus enough fire on the station to reinforce or destroy it, or destroy any damaged ships before they could retreat to the safety of the shield. Extra ships could be stored inside of these stations as well, allowing players to re-equip themselves for combat if they lost their ship. In order to claim a system, all a corporation had to do was own the majority of starbases. Now was a key time to claim and capture territory before anyone else could lay their own claims and force their opponents to wrest control for them. As well as starbases being constructed, it is extremely vulnerable. Mercenary Coalition even posted a video to the forums of the time they were hired exclusively to stand as bodyguards for an infant starbase, which they affectionately referred to as an egg. Once claimed, the owning faction could place an outpost in the system, a significant boom. As opposed to POSes, outposts were indestructible, making goods stored there much safer, but they also acted as places where goods could be listed for sale. Anything bought or sold there or any minerals refined there would be taxed, with the money being placed in the bank account of the corporation. Taking territory now, before other alliances could place their star bases and claim control over systems, was vital, and it would lead to a war that the servers of EVE Online could scarcely handle. The opening engagement of this first large-scale war of EVE Online was described by Andrew Groen in Empires of EVE. Quote, "Both sides opened fire, unleashing a stream of missiles, railguns, and laser munitions, the sheer number of which had never been seen before in New Eden. With nearly 300 people in the battle, the EVE servers strained under the weight of this enormous cataclysm, and strange things began to happen. Missiles disappeared out of thin air, ships exploded seemingly without having been touched, pilots were kicked offline without warning, then reappeared in a different part of the solar system and in a different ship." End quote. Such conditions were unfavorable for either side, and fleet commanders eventually learned to ration their pilots and limit the size of engagements in order to manage lag and prevent battles from escalating beyond the capacities of the servers, a frustrating yet necessary decision. But Nullsec wasn't the only place where these limitations were manifesting. For months, the central economic system of Uli in Empire Space had been growing, and as it did, the servers were struggling. Crowd Control Productions had little ability to control the movements and actions of the people operating in Nullsec, but in Empire Space, they had far more options, and here they took drastic action. Uli was a popular trading hub due to its centralized location, which boasted safe passage from all corners of space, and so the company took the simplest option. They severed most of the connections. In short order, the traders had scattered. Without a central hub, trade quickly was redistributed into quadrants of Empire Space, loosely based in the 4 different NPC empires, further destabilizing a market that already was facing the destabilization of vital resources from Nullsec due to a war raging in the north. Without the relatively safe routes through Uli, Empire Space was severed in two by low-security choke points through which traders had to travel, choke points that could easily be exploited by pirates, further segmenting the economy. But soon, a new strain would be placed on the servers. In early 2004, the main competition for EVE Online, Earth and Beyond, was ending. EVE had already enticed many of its players away in the beta stages of its game, and now, as Earth and Beyond was closing its servers, a sizable portion of its players were migrating to EVE Online. While CCP's digital distribution method was a gamble at the time, and it could easily take over 24 hours to download the game with contemporary internet speeds, it meant that those moving from Earth and Beyond to EVE Online could easily download the client for
Here
the
we have to take Emmy's word for the fact that she's doing the plank. Can't check her like we do with the squad.
Massive influx of players. Recognizing
My
how
fucking
many new
stomach
people were
hurts.
joining, and also recognizing how impenetrable their game was, CCP set to work making their game as inviting as possible for this flood of players. Working with IGN and GameSpy, they cheekily offered what they called an upgrade for Earth and Beyond players to EVE Online, including a personal guided tour of the game. In a public release, they stated,
What the heck?
quote, "The upgrade program will include a no-obligation free trial of EVE Online and a walkthrough of the game by a member of the EVE volunteer group. The EVE volunteer will explain to the user the differences between the two games and ease the transition into EVE from Earth and Beyond." End quote. These new players were entering the game during a time of extreme instability in the in-game economy, and only a few months after these new players joined and were attempting to establish themselves, Nullsec was fractured. The offer that CCP had made to Earth and Beyond players proved to be a resounding success, and many groups in the dying game moved wholesale from one game to the other, providing them with an immediate source of manpower. However, those more aimless players coalesced into a new corporation which they named Celestial Horizon. With thousands of players, the already massive Celestial Horizon had a far larger population than the vast majority of other corporations in New Eden, and even though they were inexperienced, their numbers alone quickly made them into an industrial superpower who spent their early months in Empire space stockpiling liquid assets, their size making them largely unassailable. This chaos meant opportunity for many new players, and some of the loudest were the Goons. Goon is an epithet worn proudly by the early internet users posting on the Something Awful forums, a group known for their irreverent, provocative manner. As online documentarian Bernie notes in his history of the site's operator, even the name Goon originates from the letter of an angry web admin who had been featured on the Something Awful website and subsequently harassed by its forum members. Noticing the extremely accessible method of distribution that CCP had adopted, some members of the board began posting threads encouraging other members to download the game and join. However, due to their inherently chaotic nature, it was difficult to wrangle them toward any common goal, and over the months, numerous Goon-led corporations congealed and collapsed due to petty infighting. Andrew Groen chronicles the early months of the Goons' presence in the game, where, after numerous attempts,
Early internet is
one
fucking
leader was
wild.
able to coax enough of them into a single corporation, which was named Goonfleet. Their capabilities, however, were obviously lacking, given that almost every single player entering the corporation was entirely new to the game, with their only qualification being that they were a member of the Something Awful forums. They even paid to have banner advertisements displayed on Something Awful encouraging members to join Goonfleet, hoping to attract a large volume of players, regardless of skill.
That
When a
imagery
new
is,
member joined Goonfleet, they would immediately be given a ship and a personal lesson on how to play the game.
This is why we have.
But
This is
even
why we
so,
can't have
they
nice
were
things.
woefully
Yeah.
ineffective. This was a feature that they owned and incorporated into their fleet tactics. Rather than trying to field effective ships, they simply would outfit themselves in some of the cheapest ships and modules that the game had to offer and swarm their target. The majority of the time, this would end in failure, but because so little capital had been invested, the losses were never substantial, and so they would throw themselves wantonly into battles, declaring their motto in the local chat: "We're terrible at this game." Their practices, however, gave them a particular
Guess
reputation
at some point all
with
online
the rest
communities
of
get
New
by
Eden.
by
Only
the
those who had an
well,
active
haven't touched
account
gra-
at least 3
haven't
months
touched
old on
grass?
the Something
By the
Awful
what
forums
zone?
were allowed into the corporation, but those who applied weren't always simply rejected. Responding to a thread from someone looking to join a corporation, one player said in the EVE Online forums
Oh, the
that,
people. Okay, I
quote,
got it right.
"Goonfleet don't recruit in-game. Any advice you get to the contrary will be from a goon trying to swindle you out of your assets. They'll charge an application fee or some such. Then, when you are successful, they will offer to courier your ships down to Nullsec. After you hand over your property, you will not hear from them again." End quote. Another player
That's
responds,
Eve.
quote, "If by some strange and bizarre miracle you do get into Goons, you will be forever shunned by the rest of the EVE community. Once you join Goons, that's it. You can never leave to join another corp or alliance. You simply cannot be trusted in any other corp or alliance. You might as well just delete your character and start over if you want to leave Goons." End quote. While this was somewhat hyperbolic, it captured the general sentiment of New Eden. There were the Goons, and then there was everybody else. While their money wasn't boycotted, few wanted much to do with them besides trade. As Nullsec grew more competitive, it became clear that the Goons would need allies, and so they created a larger alliance under which all Goons and those corporations within the game who wanted to join them could participate. Goonswarm. The work The History of the Great Empire of Eve, an outsider's perspective, speaks to the reputation of the Goons. Quote, "To best understand Goonswarm, you must first understand Goons. The Goons are not native to EVE Online, but rather are a form of invasive species. The defining psychology of the community is that there is us and there is them. Non-members are inferior to members, and many goons delight in the misery of non-members, or pubbies. EVE Online is not the first game to be visited by the goons, nor will it be the last. The goons move like locusts between online
My
games,
autocorrect be
establishing
speaking in
themselves
tongues.
quickly and attempting to conquer the game in order to inflict the most misery for all those not part of the swarm. Almost every major competitive online game has a clutch of goons, deconstructing the game and their enemies." End quote. These alliances that established themselves were taking advantage of the final period of time in which a new alliance could feasibly capture and hold territory for years to come, and the radical shifts in the fundamentals of the game would establish what would become the first great empires, bending their industrial might for control over weapons that could decide an entire battle with the press of a single button. On June 29, 2005, CCP announced a bevy of updates, most important among them being 2 new classes of ships. Dreadnoughts were a specialized class that wielded weaponry designed to attack the stations that had become vital for warfare. Controlling a station allowed the fighters of a defending or invading force to shelter in a safe hub from which they could launch their fleets, and dreadnoughts wielded the firepower to assault such bulky emplacements. Much larger than battleships, formerly the largest class of ship in the game, dreadnoughts could enter siege mode, which would render them entirely immobile but grant a significant firepower increase. Constructing a dreadnought, however, was a massive undertaking, requiring new starbase modules called capital ship assembly arrays. Rather than assembling the dreadnought in full, there were multiple parts, each of which had to be fabricated separately and then combined to create the completed dreadnought. In order to move the massive amount of materials required for such a ship, the second class that they announced was the freighter. Significantly larger than their older counterparts, these freighters were capable of moving materials on an unprecedented scale. But while they were typically well armored, they would still be obvious targets for pirates and saboteurs. The implication was clear. In order to project power and protect what territory they had, alliances now were forced to turn inward and leverage their economies into production. But the dreadnoughts were eclipsed half a year later with the release
Program
of ships that
Spiritum
would
Losum
dwarf
Johann
all
Calvinism
others. On December
Bastardium.
16, 2005,
Turning-
CCP released an
going
expansion
straight into
entitled
Latin.
Red Moon Rising. This time, 3 new ship classes were released. The first was the Carrier, a massive ship that relied on clouds of fighters to perform combat for it, intended as support for a fleet of smaller ships. On the release page, CCP explained that, quote, "The Carrier is an affordable capital ship, and most major corporations are expected to fund and deploy at least one for their engagements." End quote. The second was the Mothership, a larger variant of the more affordable carriers. But these 2 new ship classes were eclipsed almost entirely by the ship that would come to be synonymous with the game.
Oh,
The Titan.
Titans?
The sheer immensity of a Titan was difficult for players to conceptualize when it was announced. For the first 2 years of the game, the largest ships were the battleships, whose volumes hovered between 450 and 500,000 cubic meters. The largest Titan, in contrast, was an utterly massive 155 million meters cubed, well over 300 times as large. The capabilities wielded by a Titan were commensurate with its size. The first key feature was the ability to open a jump bridge. While Titans were able to utilize the traditional Stargate network outside of HiSec, they also could be used to coordinate massive fleet movements. If another specialized ship could light a cynosural field, then the Titan could use it as a beacon and jump directly to its location, whether in the same
what now?
system or not, bypassing the Stargate network entirely, as long as the stars were close enough. This meant that, although the Titan was a ponderous ship, it could still rapidly relocate with proper coordination, sometimes directly into a fight, suddenly shifting the balance of power. What's more, other ships could join the Titan in this jump, meaning that it could be used to move an entire fleet at once between stars in great strides, without being forced into the natural choke points of the Stargate network. But the more tantalizing capability of the Titan was the Doomsday device. While CCP was mum about the specific damage numbers, what was known was that a Doomsday device would inflict massive damage in a 500-kilometer radius, centered on a location of the Titan's choosing. What's more, the Titan would not even need to be present in the fight to launch the Doomsday. If another ship could light a cynosural field, then the Titan could fire its Doomsday through it, as long as it was still within the same star system. Many suspected that the first alliance to field a Titan would wield unprecedented power and become nigh unstoppable. Due to its area of effect, the power of a Doomsday scaled with the number of fighters on the battlefield, and over time, battles involving hundreds of players had become more and more common, further emphasizing the imminent importance and dominance of the Titan. Beyond these more immediately impressive features, the Titan also served as a mobile platform from which war could be prosecuted. Players who died could respawn inside of the Titan and take a new ship stored in its hangar to join the fight once again, meaning that a player whose pod was destroyed would be able to rejoin combat immediately, as long as supplies were available. But before their incredible might could be wielded, one would have to be built. Much like the dreadnoughts before them, the different parts of the carrier, mothership, and Titan would need to be constructed separately in different capital shipyards, then brought together and assembled. No power based in Empire space would have the resources or capital required for such a massive undertaking, and even if one did, they would have war declared upon them immediately, and their capital shipyards would be divested from them. But even in Nullsec, Andrew Groen notes that there were only 2 alliances who could feasibly produce the first Titan, and they so happened to have laid claim to territory immediately next to one another. The warlike band of brothers, who had earlier crushed the alliances in the north, and the overwhelmingly massive Ascendant Frontier,
Holy
consisting of
shit,
former
Cup
players
is
from Earth
good
and
he
beyond.
was.
Of these 2, Ascendant Frontier had the clear advantage. While skill and coordination could readily win a battle during this stage of the game, there was no way to outproduce a group with so many members. As Groen notes, quote, Ascendant Frontier was not focused on expansion or military endeavors as Band of Brothers was. Ascendant Frontier had come to own a huge swath of territory in the south, but its members' true passion was industry. Ascendant Frontier wanted to create a prosperous hub of trade and commerce in Nullsec. It was working, too. It was pumping out space stations, outposts, and capital ships at a rate many times faster than the next closest industrial powers of the era. End quote. But to accomplish this feat, they would have to overcome a new hurdle: espionage. While often neglected in the first few years of EVE Online, its role in the operation of large alliances had increased, as had its notoriety after a particularly high-profile case. While most mercenary groups specialized in combat, another corporation, named the Guiding Hand Social Club, would instead perform contract work for clients looking to subvert their enemies. Sometime in late 2004 or early 2005, an anonymous client approached the Guiding Hand with a contract and a massive sum of ISK, hoping to buy their services to target Ubiqua Seraph, a large corporation of the time. They asked that Ubiqua Seraph's coffers be ransacked and their communal hangars emptied of ships, but the contractors would be allowed to keep all of what they pillaged. The only object that the client wanted was the corpse of the CEO.
Damn!
The leader of the Guiding Hand, Istvan Shogatsu, was similarly disinterested in the spoils, though he accepted these terms all the same. The Guiding Hand spent months infiltrating, earning positions of trust and authority. They were more successful than their client could have dreamed. Multiple members found themselves entrusted with much of the corporation's assets, and one agent, named Zemdal, found themselves as one of Miral's lieutenants. Istvan explained, quote, Arenis Zemdal is what we call a Valentine operative. Essentially, his job is to seduce and entice an objective into a state of trust and confidence. As such, we'd call Mural's relationship to him moments before the strike endeared. End quote. On April 18th, 2005, the code word was...
I just want to point out that, like, while the stories of, like, espionage and sneaking and heists and thievery are very cool, the fact that, like, people are genuinely, like, manipulating and fucking over and, like, probably emotionally damaging other players over a fucking game is absurd and pretty fucked up. Like, like, I'm pretty sure we've all read the news articles and things about this stuff, but, like, damn, they got people, like, if you trust a fucking player online with all your fucking armor for a scam, like, that's one thing, but, like, damn, they're ordering people to go in there and, like, yeah, just go seduce this other player and get them to trust you and then, like, fuck them over. That's so fucked up, dude.
Was sent to every agent. Nicole. Immediately, the corporation was drained of all of its liquid assets and much of its stores of supplies, and Zemdal collected the CEO's corpse along with a squad of guiding hand members who had rendezvoused to help deliver the killing blow. Istvan made a public announcement shortly after, with characteristic flair. Quote, "Greetings, everyone. It has been some time since I last stood behind a podium and made a public announcement, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm somewhat out of form. The reason I stand here before you is to announce that my mercenary outfit, the Guiding Hand Social Club, has completed its most ambitious contract to date. Our target was assigned to us many months ago, Mural of Ubiqua Seraph. Our task was to carry out that which the Guiding Hand Social Club has now become known for, to utterly demolish Mural and bring all who followed her to their knees in one fell swoop. For those many months we toiled, secreting our operatives among her ranks, steering her organization through a number of insidiously engineered events meant to engender trust and divert their attention from where it should have been. Early this morning, our hard work bore fruit. Executing a meticulously planned, thoroughly flawless concerto of simultaneous corp hangar heists, attacks in open space, and facility invasions, the Ubiqua Seraph came to know the wrath of the Guiding Hand Social Club firsthand.
I'm so out of touch I hadn't heard any of this until recently when Buzzer and Fred's video started. It's both wild and fascinating. I've read a lot of articles about stuff like this over the years. Like, Eve has become pretty famous for, like, heists and espionage and shenanigans among players. But damn, like, the sheer level of manipulation and, like, ruthlessness is a little troubling, honestly.
However, wasn't shared by all people. Most role players, for example, would attempt to play the game as a character within the game world, but those who didn't roleplay often regarded them with derision and saw them as potential targets, either for ridicule or aggressive action. While discussing EVE Online for her podcast This Game Changed My Life, Aoife Wilson posits that, quote, "The people you're talking to don't know that the talking part is a game too. You're going in, you're making friends, you're gaining their trust, you're spending a lot of time with them. They're being nice or whatever, and you know you're lying to them to the point of screwing them over." To which her co-host, Julia Hardy, replies, quote, "When you play a game, you are aware of what the structure and the rules of the game are because everyone's playing by the same rules. That's how you know it's a game. But then, if someone comes in and completely changes all the rules, but no one else is aware of the new rules, then it just doesn't seem like a fair game." End quote. These early years began to establish the rules by which people would play EVE Online. Where other games of its ilk were played mostly within the game world, and this was generally respected by the other players, real-world duplicity was gradually becoming a normal and expected part of New Eden, whether the existing players wanted it or not. Many of the first
Oof.
capital ships were destroyed before even being completed, thanks to the spy networks and scouting work from rival corporations. But finally, on September 25th, 2006, 9 months after Titans were first introduced into the game, the refugee players from Earth and Beyond and Ascendant Frontier completed the first Titan. Triumphantly, their leader, Sivok, flew it into the capital system of the Alliance, allowing everyone to marvel at the finished Avatar-class Titan, which he named Steve. The origin of this name is in contention. Most sources believe that it was named after the late Steve Irwin, who had died earlier that month, but Andrew Groen recalls that Sivok attributed the name to a scene from the animated film Over the Hedge, released 4 months prior, in which the squirrel character Hammy comedically proposes
I was in
naming
fucking
the
middle
massive,
school
newly erected
when this shit
hedges
was going
Steve.
down.
Whatever the origin of the name, the completion of Steve heralded war. Immediately, their enemies and band of brothers invaded, but the power of Steve the Titan blunted their advance simply with the threat of its presence until December 11th, 2006. During a large-scale battle, Sivok unleashed his doomsday safely through a cynosural field, then jumped to a safe point 20 systems away. But what happened next would change the paradigm of players for years to come, and would pit Band of Brothers against the rest of New Eden. More importantly, though, it would also begin a process that would sour the relationship between the developers of EVE Online and its players. Game development in the early 2000s was significantly different than it would become 2 decades later. Developing a game typically took only a few years at most, and once a game was completed, it was common for the studio to immediately begin work on something new. MMOs were no exception. Most of them would run for a few years, then die as the player base moved on to play something else. This had already happened to EVE's main competition, Earth and Beyond, and the developers all expected that EVE would suffer the same fate eventually, as a matter of course. But as the game approached the 4th year of its lifetime, it seemed that it was only growing. CCP had created plans to continue adding features, and what's more, they were preparing to launch the game in China, a massive new market, though China would have its own instance separate from the rest of the world. While this was good news for the company, many of the original developers were beginning to grow restless. They hadn't expected to work on EVE for more than a few years, and a number of them were looking forward to making something new. While CCP had plans for other projects within the EVE intellectual property, they were in need of new developers, and so they decided to hire some of their staff directly from their player base. In many ways, this was a logical decision. Hiring players meant that they were passionate and knowledgeable about the game, and they would be conscious of concepts and problems of which an outside hire might otherwise be ignorant. It also meant that they would need less training to learn about the intricacies of EVE. Besides technical know-how, these developers would typically continue to play even after being hired, which meant that they were passively listening to the information that flows through the undercurrent of New Eden in the form of word of mouth, rumors, and propaganda. In this way, they could adjust the servers quickly to anticipate battles that were about to take place and reduce the effects of lag, as well as gather information for balance changes faster than they otherwise would be able. But these new hires created unique problems. Those players willing and able to accept work at Crowd Control Productions were often among the most dedicated and active, and for many, EVE had become a significant part of their lives, deliberately altering their schedules so that they were able to add their firepower to important battles and assist their corporations and allies. Real friendships were frequently formed and broken due to in-game conflicts, while some were burned for in-game advantages. For these players, the boundaries between EVE Online and the real world were either blurry or non-existent. When these players became
Hey, how's it going,
developers,
Mr. Xbox?
they gained access to the dev tools and commands. This power was too tempting for some, and they began to utilize these permissions to their own ends, creating rare and valuable items for their corporations and alliances. For example, blueprint originals used for building ships and components were in extremely limited supply, as no new ones could be made, and so most people had to buy copies that would be consumed after only a few uses. Using commands, these player developers could create brand new blueprints for their corpmates and themselves. Hilmar Pettersson, CEO of CCP, noted during an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole that on 5 separate occasions, the problem had become so bad that he had to invite the
Let's
offender
hire
into
players,
his
so that's
office
not a
to
giant
offer
conflict
them
of
a
interest
choice.
or anything.
Stop playing the game, or
That's another one of those things where it's like, in a lot of situations, it would make sense and it would be okay. Like in a fucking if you hire if you hire a player for like CS:GO or something, they're unless they like go in and manipulate their account or something, they're probably not going to super abuse like their power. But in something like EVE Online, where this is a Frederick Knudsen deep dive on EVE Online. In something like EVE Online, where people are constantly screwing each other over and trying to like get power any way they can, yeah, that's a huge conflict of interest.
stop working at Crowd Control Productions. Twice, the developer chose to leave the company so that they could continue playing. So great was the role of the game in their lives. It was with knowledge of these bad actors that, as Rowan wrote years later, Sivok, leader of Ascendant Frontier and pilot for Steve the Titan, accused a Band of Brothers member of malfeasance. In an interview for a Swedish radio program translated for Empires of Eve, Sivok said, quote, "Suddenly, one of the CCP Interstellar News Corp ships just appeared out of nowhere and started to orbit my Titan. 2 seconds later, I was bumped offline, a total coincidence, I am sure, and about 3 seconds after that, so was my alt." End quote. Those who are more dubious of Sivok's claims noted that after a recent patch, it had become much easier to scan for Titans, and so, while finding Steve by pure chance was unlikely, it was still technically feasible. What precisely happened is contentious, and no definitive proof has been released, but however the location of Steve was divined, the leaders of Band of Brothers received word that Steve the Titan had been discovered, and they immediately gave the order to mobilize. In a matter of minutes, a cynosural field was lit at Steve's location, and the entirety of Band of Brothers' fleet jumped in to see Steve, alone, inert, and inactive. Immediately, the dreadnoughts went into siege mode and unleashed their payload into the hull of Steve, which could only wait placidly.
I'm not over Steve, man. That's just
Steve the
so
Titan
fucking
exploded
wild.
and was reduced to rubble. The first Titan to be built was now the first Titan to be destroyed. The members of Band of Brothers were ebullient, and soon the loss of Steve became common knowledge all throughout New Eden. To honor its death, Steve's ruined corpse would remain in the system of C9N TAC-CC where it was destroyed, so that players may still return to it and pay their respects. The death of Steve had made many players suspicious, but soon an event would occur that would unite all of New Eden against Band of Brothers, and more importantly, alter the relationship between the players and the company on a foundational level.
I completely fucked up the frame of this revolver in the sketch, so I gotta fix it now.
In January of 2007, a hacker responsible for releasing private information on Goonfleet, going by Kugutsumen, approached them, offering to hack their enemies for free after his client from the Coalition of the South refused to pay him for his services. Among those targeted was Band of Brothers, and included with strategically important pieces of information, he discovered logs proving that one of the members of Band of Brothers was a developer and was granting his alliance rare goods. While some were dubious at first, CCP later confirmed that, indeed, the accusation was true. Hilmar Pettersson wrote on the subject in a public letter with dramatic prose. Quote, "Throughout our history, there have been a handful of cases where our employees or members of our various volunteer and partner programs have taken advantage of the proprietary powers they are granted through access and knowledge. These cases have been investigated, prosecuted, and judgment rendered. Usually the punishment has been quite simple: termination of employment. A pivotal case was uncovered last summer during a routine investigation of developer accounts. Unfortunately, CCP did not act with the same decisive consistency we have used on previous occasions. Those left at the helm chose to react cautiously, as sometimes is appropriate under these circumstances, leading to more leniency and understanding than we are used to in these matters. This particular case, involving a single developer, underlined where improvements needed to be made, and we have since focused our efforts on reinforcing rules and processes so that consistent ruling is assured. It is no trivial thing when corruption takes place. In our case, it's no different than the injustice of public servants in the real world feathering their own nests rather than ensuring the prosperity of the many. Living in a country of a comparable population as the world of Eve, Iceland only has 300,000 inhabitants, I sure know how it can feel when governance is not balanced and feeling powerless to stop it. I am certain that members of the Eve community are now going through similar emotions. I am sure that we all appreciate that it is no coincidence that Dante reserved the lowest level of hell for the worst of those who betrayed their benefactors. In our case, I would regard the Eve community as our benefactors.
Welcome back, champ.
We are not the gods or the masters of EVE Online or the
Fucking
EVE
got
community. We serve the community. You have entrusted us to safeguard your hard work." End quote. The death of the Titan had raised suspicions before, and now those suspicions had proven correct. Band of Brothers were cheaters. Many in Nullsec had long hated Band of Brothers for various reasons, chiefly their imperialist aims and elitist attitude, but now all
They're trying to
of
scare the
New
shit
Eden
out of
have
me.
been granted a new ideological casus belli. While exploits, glitches, and unintended mechanics are common in games such as EVE Online, this was different. A developer was deliberately abusing his authority and privilege in order to aid his allies. While Band of Brothers as an alliance had already been diplomatically isolated for much of its lifespan, they had now been made a universal target. Players all over New Eden were enraged, snidely calling them Band of Developers.
I had to
Even though
downgrade
most
it
players
today
weren't
because
present in
I'm
Nullsec,
already
estimates
like
state that
sore.
over half of all players
After
somehow
like
participated in
2-3
the war
rolls, I'm
that would
sore.
become known
And
as
I
the
wasn't even
First
able to
Great
finish most of
War
them.
EVE Online. With the
That
majority
bang scared
of
the shit out of
players
me in the
New
middle of
Eden
painting my
choosing
nails. I hope
side
it didn't
in the
fuck you
war,
up. Painting my nails
propaganda
is such a
became
fucking
more
pain in the
vital
ass.
than
That's
ever,
why I
and
never
the
get any
precise
practice.
truth was becoming more and more difficult.
Are you
to
in the zone right now?
ascertain,
Artistically
altered
locked
with
in?
flowery
Kinda.
embellishments. In
Kinda, a
blog
little
post
bit.
from October of 2007, EVE blogger
I'm
Nate
just doing
Combs
line
writes that, quote, "The propaganda
Yeah,
machinery
Asti,
of the
it fucking got me
coalitions play a
too.
vital role in keeping players informed of the big picture. The little guys struggle one ship, one system, one corporation and alliance at a time, and read the cues and spin from the mouthpieces up high. Of this recent turn, Band of Brothers has fashioned a very slick propaganda video, spinning the retreat in heroic terms, in contrast to a more prosaic reality. Endy provides detailed analysis for the game world students of these things. Despite its production polish, one will note that its audience is crisply targeted. It makes little attempt to reach more broadly. The important
Jump
takeaway
scares
for a
turn
general
nail
reader
painting
might
into
be
finger
this.
painting. Yeah,
How
no
would the
fucking
foot
kidding.
soldiers in a large-scale, information-complex, distributed game spanning the real-world globe and 24 time zones have any clue how their system-by-system struggle fits into the big picture, were it not for, well, something like an EVE Online Alliance propaganda network. End quote. For CCP Games, war meant fun for the players, and fun meant more subscribers, which meant more profits. And while EVE Online certainly had a larger audience than many other games, its subscribership was increased even further due to its mechanics, which offered its players the ability to easily practice a technique known as multi-boxing. While most who play massively multiplayer online games tend to only play one character at a time, others will sometimes have multiple accounts that they will run at the same time in order to fulfill multiple roles at once. Compared to other games, EVE Online was particularly well suited to this method of play, since many of the most important functions, such as firing weapons and movement, would continue to run.
But he reminds me of a math teacher by how he's
required
talking.
interaction when changing this function. Even if a particular character underperformed,
it's
it
very
was almost always worthwhile to have multiple
He's
characters
very, like,
rather
paced
than
out.
only one in any situation. This gradually became vital for professions such as mining and industry, whose activities were much more passive than combat. Mining and related professions mostly entailed approaching a resource node, pressing a few buttons, and waiting until the node was mined out while watching for hostile ships. For these players, the most effective way to scale was simply to have more ships, which meant multi-boxing, and so it was common for players to have multiple windows with the same game open, each window running a different character. Even if a person could have multiple characters on the same account, each account was limited to only one of its characters being used at a time, and so multiple subscriptions would be necessary. This meant that some people, rather than only giving $15 a month to play, were instead giving many times more. Some of the most dedicated players would, and do, run over 10 characters simultaneously. Given the dedication of space game players and their relatively higher age bracket, the proportion of multi-boxers was likely much higher compared to other MMOs. What's more, word of the war was continuing to grow the player base, and CCP's business prospects were looking better than they ever had. While the precise player count is difficult to ascertain, the total numbers of subscribed accounts had, according to the company, surpassed 300,000. Rather than only pushing money back into the game, they began to build their company out, anticipating further success. While everyone involved with the production of EVE Online had believed in the potential of their project, it was still difficult for many of them to believe how successful their game had become. But the executives of the company wasted no time
I'm slowly
looking for
going
ways
brain
to
dead.
grow the
Understandable.
IP,
I mean, it's
both
pretty
to
late.
capitalize on the
It's fucking
success of the
12:30
game
here.
and grow the resilience of the franchise
Sooner
to
or later,
compete
I'll need
with
to
other
eat.
MMOs. In 2004, World of Warcraft had been launched by Blizzard Entertainment, developers of numerous well-regarded games such as StarCraft, the Warcraft series, and the Diablo
Central Time.
series, and much like their other titles, World of Warcraft, known as WoW in shorthand, was a massive success upon launch, and even as the years wore on, its subscriber count was only growing. There was
Thank
some
you. I think you might be the
speculation
first
about
person
whether
who's
or
used
not
that one,
WoW
or like
would
the second.
swallow
I think the first might have been
entire
Ash.
market. The foundation of
I
these
love
fears
Monkey.
is dubious. World of Warcraft and EVE Online occupied drastically different niches. WoW is what is now known as a theme park MMO, guiding the player through a series of set pieces in an expected sequential order and progression. EVE, in contrast, is known as a sandbox, granting the player a variety of tools and the decision of what they wish to accomplish with these tools. Similarly, while players of any particular character level in WoW will typically only be seen with others of the same level bracket, it's commonplace for a fleet in EVE to be comprised of players with widely different character skills accumulated. Still, there was a significant fear that the harsh and hostile nature of EVE would push players into the much more inviting World of Warcraft. The dedicated EVE player base took to referring to WoW pejoratively. An oft-repeated insult was that an EVE player leaving for World of Warcraft increases the average IQ score of both games. But soon, Crowd
Yeah, that's
Control
a classic
Productions
internet
would begin
insult.
competing with Blizzard in an entirely different way. In 2006, CCP announced a new collectible card game named Eve: The Second Genesis, identical to its namesake game on launch. During this time period, many creative companies were looking to emulate the success of such properties as Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh!, and the developers of EVE
And I
Online
bet
were
their
no
community
exception.
fucking
Hoping to build
collectively
excitement,
went
Crowd Control
"Ree!"
Productions organized a 128-player pre-release tournament at Gen Con, a large gaming convention. At the same convention,
MySpace game
Blizzard was
developer
giving a
making
similar
card
sneak
games like
preview of
WoW?
their own upcoming collectible card game, simply called the World of Warcraft trading card game. Then, on November 11th, 2006, less than a month after
Wait
the
a
launch
fucking
of the
second,
card
why is it
game,
called
Crowd
Step
Control
Bro?
Productions announced that they
Step
were
Bro,
acquiring
help,
White
I'm
Wolf
stuck.
Publishing, a prolific and well-established publisher of tabletop RPG games, including the popular Vampire: The Masquerade. In 2005, CCP had quietly approached White Wolf, looking for assistance creating their collectible card game based on EVE Online. Later, in an interview with Shack News, White Wolf marketing director Kelly
Shack
Barnes
News,
Herman
that's a
stated
fucking
that
throwback. I'm leaving, hell
in
no!
managing the award-winning Vampire: The Eternal Struggle collectible card
I
game,
came to wish you a
White
good night, and the
Wolf
first
was
thing I
able to
see
make
is
suggestions
Step
and
Bro.
provide some initial guidance to CCP in the first stages of the game launch.
I was
And now
inspired
we are
by
looking
Pug.
forward to working on the first expansion set in 2007. End quote. CCP had gone from making their own board game to buying another company to make tabletop games for them. What's more, CCP also announced that it would be publishing new games based on intellectual properties owned by White Wolf, including their World of Darkness setting, home to Vampire: The Masquerade. The immediate hope was for a sequel to the beloved cult classic Vampire: The Masquerade Bloodlines video game, a significant and undoubtedly costly undertaking. But a new
Hey, wait a
Bloodlines
second.
game would not be as ambitious as another project that they were about to announce.
And this is why I
In
steal your glass.
2007, CCP announced a
No
new
bully.
massively multiplayer online game based on the White Wolf IP, simply titled World of Darkness. However, details at the time were scant. In an interview with Eurogamer, CCP's marketing director Magnus Bergson said that, quote, "We're not really hiding any information about it, we just don't know the release date yet. The actual design and exactly how it's going to be is being created right now, so when we actually know all of that, we can guesstimate how long it's going to take. These games typically take 4 or 5 years to make. I don't think this is going to be any different." End
That's what
quote.
they all say.
Now, as CCP were attempting to balance and
You're gonna make me
progress EVE
fucking
Online,
read
they
that?
were also
You're gonna make me read
responsible
that
for the
out
development
loud
of an
with my
entirely
voice?
new MMO. However,
Anyways,
this wasn't
I
the
must
only
bid you
new major
adieu.
project
Goodbye,
that CCP
mwah,
would
and a
announce.
good night.
At their annual
Bang.
EVE FanFest celebration in November
Why did
of
you curse me with
2007,
this?
the
Get the
company
fuck
showed
outta
a
here,
trailer
Jack.
for a massive update to the game that they called Ambulation. This future update promised players the ability to exit their ships in stations and meet
Man,
one
what the
another
fuck? Hey,
in-game
wait, Bugs,
face to
check it out.
face,
What a
something
coincidence.
that could potentially make the game far more immersive. Despite the incredible amount of work that the company had promised to deliver, they were confident that they could fund numerous projects in part thanks to their growing and dedicated subscribership, driven by the chaos churning inside of New Eden.
So CCP became virtual war profiteers. Wacky.
As the wars in Nullsec raged and EVE's player base grew, reporters within the gaming industry were beginning to take notice. Consistently, stories of battles with dozens, if not hundreds of players were beginning to leak out into gaming forums and early social media websites. Those hearing about such battles might have acknowledged mentions of the struggles with lag and server instability with which fleet commanders constantly had to contend, but such complaints were quickly forgotten when the scale of certain battles was shared. Fleet commanders had learned not to take such large fights unless absolutely necessary due to the chaos introduced by such numbers, but their rarity only made them more tantalizing. What's more, these battles were given context due to the persistent state of the game, with corporations and alliances vying for power, territory, and wealth in a constantly evolving drama. To many, it felt like a space opera playing out in real time. In early 2008, one of the first articles detailing the ongoing Nullsec war was published for PC Gamer UK. The author, Jim Rossignol, opened by writing, quote, "There's a war going on. It's one of the most bitterly contested conflicts imaginable, fought over many months by an international cast of veteran warriors. An entire galaxy is at stake. You probably even know someone who is caught up in it, fighting for his life and those of his comrades. As many as 20,000 people have fought in its battles. This war is the Great War of EVE Online, the largest virtual conflict ever waged. Unlike the 20-minute conflicts that characterize other
Why the hell
multiplayer
is
games,
Prey above
this is a
Stepper
deathmatch
forgive
that
me
has
for
taken
I have
place
sinned for
between
making
fleets of
this?
hundreds in a continuous
Hey, welcome back,
process
Notes.
that has
I love
lasted
this emote.
years.
Wait, you love
It
this
is the
step,
greatest
bro?
imaginary conflict yet conducted, and in what follows, I'll be tracing its glories
Welcome back,
and
Notes.
mapping
I hope you're
its
doing okay.
horrors.
Choco,
End
you
quote.
remember this? I
This
remember
sort
reading
of
about some of
romantic
these.
prose would quickly come to
Definitely in like
characterize
PC Gamer
most of the
articles and
writing
shit.
about
I've
New
read a
Eden,
few of these
and
over
while
the
they
years.
occasionally would acknowledge the more technical and practical issues that players in their leaders face, nearly always diminished in favor
You know
of
what is
telling stories
amazing?
of
Which
epic
one?
campaigns and pitched battles.
Because
The results
everyone
and
either
aims
loves
of
or
these
hates the
large
Step Bro
battles,
emote.
however, were difficult to communicate due to the inherently intricate nature of the game's mechanics. What could easily be communicated, however, was sovereignty. Territorial maps reminiscent of war documentaries gave the impression that the warriors involved in these conflicts were actively making history, and granted the movements of these wars similar weight. But perhaps more immediately attractive was the attempt to give a price to ships in real-world fiat currency.
Yeah.
Partway through his article, Rossignol writes a relatively short passage about the loss of Steve the Titan. Quote, "It's not hard to see why Band of Brothers would want to attack the biggest alliance in the game. The riches were there for the taking, and the alliance leader, one
Did you have the
Sivok,
Bang and
piloted the
Spin?
first
Wait, there's
and
supposed to be
then
a Bang and
only
Spin?
Titan-class ship in the game. It was a giant behemoth that has been valued in real-world cash at around 4,000 British pounds. Band of Brothers seized the first Titan kill in controversial circumstances and sealed the fate of Ascendant Frontier." End quote. This passing attempt at an approximation of price would become a tradition in coverage of the game. The daunting complexity of EVE's mechanics and the tangle of relationships between corporations, alliances, and even corporations within alliances made it nearly impossible to summarize in the space afforded an article in a gaming publication, meaning that the conflicts necessarily had to be simplified in order to both be made intelligible and concise enough to fit within the restrictive word limits. Many of those who read these articles became enamored with the concept of partaking in such massive record-breaking battles and began signing up for EVE
what the
themselves.
fuck? My
For
favorite
CCP, war was good for business.
Near the end,
But
it's a
those
washing
who were
machine
fighting the
hitting
war
something
were
hard
facing
inside.
unprecedented problems. Nate Combs, in a blog from 2007 titled NBSI and the Grey Problem, writes that, quote, "Members within an alliance are marked by varying colors. Green means that fellow is a corporation member, blue he's part of the alliance, etc. Degrees of separation, even among buddies.
I gotta
Red
look at
in
this
several
again.
flavors distinguishes shades of bad guy. The problem is with the gray.
Why are
One
you
of the
laughing at me?
trickiest
What's
herding
you
cats
don't worry
problem in
about it.
running alliances is making sure everyone is on the same
Look, I
page
just get
about
to
the
draw
rules of
stupid
engagement.
faces for a
Go to
few
any
hours. That's why I
alliance
love
forum and
emote
ask what the current rules are, and you will hear a number of answers. Folks get confused about what they should do with the gray,
Hey.
and in the absence of knowing what they should do, they do what they think is right, which can be all over the board. Inconsistency is a hobgoblin to both sides of the gray divide. The good Grey don't like going into areas where they are uncertain about who is on the same page, and alliances don't like Greys getting into some areas since some Greys may turn out to be bad apples. To make the problem worse, some alliances may vary their policy towards the Grey over time and circumstance. For example, when tensions are high, an alliance may enter lockdown mode, and its policy becomes one of shooting the Grey first and ask questions later. During more peaceful times, the policy may be changed to be nice to encourage trade.
Do you see it?
It gets worse. Some of the very large alliances may have different policies for the different regions it controls. Talk about a headache if you're one of the few players, e.g. traders, who might travel great distances. Another problem with the Grey is that it is an alliance/corp-centric perspective. It is a first-person measure. You are neutral to me now. I may be, however, enemies to your friend, and that can lead to a more complicated relationship.
Monkey!
End quote. These problems were only growing greater. Trade had been a key element that allowed the early nullsec corporations to build their first titans, but the war raging was now making them more and more wary of neutrals, who could be traders or enemy infiltrators. But these problems were being amplified in an important new way. After the collapse of Uli as a trade hub, traders returned to the 4 different corners of Empire space in the north, south, east, and west. In particular, they gravitated towards stations that hosted the best mission givers. While trading NPC goods had gradually been phased out and the player economy was allowed to supplant it, players could still earn money from NPCs through missions, and they tended to congregate within the stations that housed the highest earning missions. Entrepreneurial traders would offer weapons, ammunition, and ships for sale in these stations, hoping to sell to the wealthier mission runners at these convenient locations. However, more than just the mission runners were searching for these goods. And soon, a wider clientele was congregating around these stations as well. Recognizing this, more traders looking to sell their goods began placing their contracts alongside the others, even if they were unrelated to running missions, hoping to sell to those visiting the station. And so, the trade hubs established themselves and grew. Of the different trade hubs, the one that received the most traffic was the Caldari Navy Assembly Plant, located around the 4th moon of the 4th planet of Jita. The higher population in the northern regions of Empire space was due in large part to the attributes of characters. When creating a character, players are allowed to choose between the 4 different NPC empires: Amar, Minmatar, Galente, and Caldari, and of the 4, Caldari were by far the most popular race for players due to their favorable attribute distribution, given that attributes determine how quickly a character can learn skills, and skills determine what characters are capable of performing. Soon, much like Uli before it, the system of Jita was host to hundreds of players every day looking to trade, and it was growing rapidly. But this time, Crowd Control Productions would be prepared. Since they had broken the Stargate links in Uli, they had been working on the server backend, as they realized that they would need to prepare for far more success than they had anticipated when they launched EVE Online. On March 1st, 2006, EVE Games announced a patch transferring the game onto new servers which utilized brand new, state-of-the-art AMD chips. Rather than trying to scatter the players again, now they would be doing all that they could to accommodate a naturally occurring trade hub. Soon, a single server would be dedicated exclusively to the system of Jita.
10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy!
As well as some permanent residents who began to participate in the day trading of commodities. With trade now being allowed to centralize, this also meant that if a particular commodity crashed, then it crashed for everyone in the game at once, with little recourse. But while this new trade hub was located in Empire space, its establishment significantly affected the culture of Nullsec. The northern regions had always been wealthy due to their natural resources and general proximity to HighSec, but the emergence
I
of
would not
Jita
take that level
guaranteed
of
much
disrespect.
easier access to what would soon become the undisputed center of the economy in New Eden, given that Jita was less than 10 Stargate jumps away from the nearest northern nullsec systems. Trading between Empire space and the northern regions only became easier as time passed. But the inverse was true for the southern regions. The distance between Jita and Del, for example, was many times longer, and where they once had been able to trade with Empire space easily, they now had to travel much farther to sell their goods. As time passed, those nullsec alliances living in the south would begin to develop their own internal economies. Leaders would encourage their alliance members to trade exclusively with one another, in many cases creating not only an economic but a cultural divide between the players in the southern regions and the players in the rest of New Eden. But in the in-between spaces, an entirely new sort of dynamic was evolving, one forgotten by most. Over the years, the dynamics of the game had shifted radically. As players gained more and more capital, and as the merchant races were supplanted by a full player economy, piracy was no longer making nearly as much money, and often players would lose more money than they gained by hunting other players. Many, such as the aforementioned mercenaries, abandoned the practice in favor of fulfilling contracts for clients. What's more, the nullsec alliances were growing into empires, and these empires often patrolled and defended their territory, stamping out any piracy not perpetrated by their own members. The only space left for these players was low security space, or low-sec, but when they moved, their paradigm gradually began to shift. Now that piracy was no longer making the players much money, the only ones who continued the practice did so for the love of it. In an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, a prominent player and leader named Phantomite spoke to the role that those in low-sec adopted. Quote, "I feel like me killing people in low-sec isn't piracy, I think it's just PvP. It's not a profession, I don't really earn any money from it. The fact that the game calls what you're doing illegal means that there's some kind of weird dishonor involved that's different to catching a traveler in nullsec. It's just PvP." End quote. Those players who decided
sounds
to
like
stay
every
were the
PvPer
only
I've
ones
ever heard.
dedicated enough to continue their piracy, in part
Just
due
about
to a
every griefer I've
particular
ever
feature.
heard, too.
Early after the release of the game, CCP launched a feature called Kill Mails, which were permanent in-game records of ship destruction issued to both the destroyed party and those involved in destroying them, and many players began to covet these kill mails and collect them like trading cards, with certain ships or players being more or less prestigious. While this wasn't always the primary motivating factor for those hunting other players, it did mean that they could keep a record of their experiences doing so, ensuring an official method of tracking prestige. But the kill mails introduced another dynamic: loss aversion. Since kill mails were public, one's victories and losses were both available to any who wanted to see them, and a loss was often considered a shame in the eyes of the community, at least to the player who lost the ship. On this, Phantomite said, quote, "I feel it is socially unacceptable to lose in this game. If you lose a fleet fight to begin with, in local, the winning side will almost always jeer at you and be a bad winner, mock you for having dared to lose a fight in EVE Online. It's not congratulations on winning, it's you idiots, you lost, how stupid do you feel right now? Especially as group sizes get larger, there's a lot of bitterness on both sides."
Bitterness in online gaming communities?
Spectrum,
No.
players have been
Gamers are
growing in
polite.
size, prominence, and role in the greater EVE community. Early in the game's lifetime, a help chat was implemented so that players could offer assistance to other players learning the game, but many found that this limited forum was insufficient due to the complexity of EVE. And so, a new player-run institution was
How long
formed,
is this chapter?
EVE University. Its
Okay.
primary impetus was to
Dog is
assist new
celebrating 1
players by
year?
teaching
Oh,
them the
shit.
basic mechanics as
I was
well
gonna
as
say,
good
I'm
practices
probably
with
gonna
hands-on
wrap
experience.
it up.
While
and
other
we will,
corporations would
find
sometimes
somebody to
invite
raid
new
soon.
players and assist them so that they could swell their ranks and achieve greater
So I
goals,
don't think I'm gonna
Eve
color all these
University
tonight,
had
and
few
this
such
is definitely
aspirations.
we're not sitting here for
Uniquely,
4
it
more
declared
hours of this.
itself a neutral body
So I
who
might
did not take
keep watching it
sides
off
in
stream.
any wars, though its members, known as students or unistas, were free to do as they
see.
pleased whenever they chose to leave. Many
How
years
long's Doug
later,
been
in
going?
an
Did he
interview
just start?
with the online Eve news site Crossing Zebras, a new CEO,
Hey, I don't want to
Asmodeus
hear the
Velar,
math
said
teacher.
that,
Okay, okay.
quote,
Here, I'll pause this and we'll go back to BGM while we wrap up. Let's see. And let me hide this and hide that and get back up here and blah. All right. We finished what, like 7 emote? Well, we didn't finish them. I still gotta color them, but we got some concepts done for 6 emotes. That's pretty good. And we did the tier list. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna get us set up to raid over to Dog. And let's see, what's a good raid message? I'm just gonna do like a how about a EVE Online is scary raid? And if you don't have the sub emotes, I'm just gonna do a fucking skull right there. How about that? There we go. All right. Let me open up Stream real quick. And okay, yeah, I think we are good to go. All right, thank y'all so much for hanging out tonight. We got a lot done, and I love doing these art streams. They're just nice and chill and cozy. But also fuck you for making me plank so much. No, I appreciate it. I need the exercise. Keep doing it. I'm gonna update the descriptions to reflect that it's a D6 soon. And aside from that, next stream is probably going to be Friday. We'll be going back to Mass Effect 2, so if you're excited to see where that story goes, come and join us for that. And as always, everybody take care of yourselves. Have a great night. If any of y'all are on the Dog Minecraft server, I might be hanging out in there later tonight. So if you go in there, I might see you later. But yeah, everybody take care. See you next time. Get something good to eat. Get something good to drink. Get some rest if you need it. I am definitely gonna go eat after this. Give Dog lots of love. He's a good bean, and I am very proud of him for hitting 1 year. Wow. All right. Everybody take care. See you next time, and see you soon. Bye.